Chapter 1782. The celestial court's power grew by the day. Yi Fan was unrivaled under the heavens and even defeated the great emperor of the present age. This shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the myriad realms were in an uproar. The great defeat of the demonic emperor had far-reaching effects. It spread throughout the universe in the next few decades, and there wasn't a single race that wasn't shaken. After this battle, Yi Fan was like a high and mighty deity. As long as his decree was issued, there wasn't a single race that didn't submit and obey. No race dared to go against the will of the celestial court. And the celestial court didn't become overbearing because of this. It was still the same as before. Eradicating the forbidden zone of life was their goal, and they wouldn't dispute with other great sections. After this battle, the atmosphere in the universe gradually changed. There were too many heroes in this era. Originally, the Golden Crow's Tao and becoming the demonic emperor had extinguished everyone's hopes. Now, Yi Fan defied the heavens and defeated the great emperor. This made the peerless genius's eyes become clear, and they revealed strange expressions. They firmed the conviction in their hearts. As expected, in the following years, the Fire Qilin, Yin Tianda, and the others all cultivated bitterly, doing their best to increase their cultivation. They wanted to improve even further. The extraordinary years of the celestial court began. It was unrivaled under the heavens, and people from all directions came to worship it. Its illustrious name was sung throughout the universe, and there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't respect it. More than 200 years passed in the blink of an eye, after the battle that flattened the Forbidden Zone. Yi Fan was already close to 2,000 years old, and he was truly an unrivaled warrior. No one could contend against him, and it was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the vast universe. During this period, the celestial court developed rapidly. The saying, "Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers," and the establishment of an immortal sect gradually became true. Every day, the altar of the celestial court would have a grand chanting of sutras. There was a cauldron there. After Yi Fan's myriad qi was recast, it was placed on the altar to receive the power of faith from all directions. The faith inside was like the ocean, and also like the primal chaos, boundless and boundless. The power of faith turned into a vast and boundless liquid, causing the cauldron to be reborn. However, Yi Fan didn't use a single bit and allowed it to accumulate. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yi Fan was being nurtured. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yi Fan was being born. Monkey told everyone with joy that the victorious fighting Buddha had finally cast aside the last bit of obsession in his heart and returned to the mortal world, walking together with Princess Divine Silkworm. In the end, the two of them lived in seclusion in a courtyard in the heavenly court, the ruins of God. Sigh, time waits for no man. My uncle is really getting old. The monkey sighed softly. Even he was over 2,000 years old. His uncle was already several thousand years old during the primordial era, and he was born 2,000 years earlier than the monkey. Now he was truly old. Fan Li King's most, saints great, but Fan King was. The victorious fighting king had been fighting all his life, and it was the same even after he entered Buddhism. He couldn't let go of everything in the primordial era and battled with himself in his heart. After so many years he finally understood. Now, he no longer had the aura of a cultivator and was like an ordinary old man. He strolled with Princess Divine Silkworm every day, watching the sunrise and sunset together. Accompanying each other in old age made one feel very warm. Yi Fan sighed. The victorious fighting Buddha was really old. Maybe his life was coming to an end and he didn't have many years left to live. He had once prepared to pluck the undying celestial medicine and asked the victorious fighting Buddha to consume it, but the victorious fighting Buddha declined. Is living for a long time a blessing? Look at that forbidden zone. It's so tragic. Every supreme in there has been gasping for millions of years. Do they really not regret it? The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and left with Princess Divine Silkworm. He teased the children in the celestial court under the sunset, and the two of them smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Behind them was a little divine silkworm. Now, it had become a little golden lion. It was only a foot long and followed them like a little tail. It looked charmingly naive and cute. The princess of the god race had once said that this little silkworm had an extremely strange origin. It had appeared mysteriously in the ancestral land, and the transformation it had undergone was exactly the same as the divine emperor of the race in the past. It had truly forgotten the past, and each transformation was a new life. Other divine silkworms could use some methods to preserve their old memories, but it was different. The divine silkworm had once thought that it was another ancestor that had reappeared. Time is really hurtful. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the other sighed because they could clearly feel that although the old lunatic and the human demon were still full of vigor, they were really old. They were also in the later stages of their lives. All in all, the celestial court could be considered peaceful and warm. Jianghu, who had disappeared for many years, had returned. Back then, he had suffered a great defeat in the god race. In the universe, he had fallen into a celestial being formation by mistake and had been trapped for more than 1,000 years. After Ji Chengdao had advanced to quasi-emperor, he had been searching for his parents for a long time. He had traveled the universe in hopes of reuniting with his parents. The call of his bloodline had allowed him to sense where his father had fallen. In the end, Yi Fan had personally broken through the celestial being formation and rescued Jianghu. In fact, Jianghu himself had almost broken through the formation. He had comprehended Tao for more than 1,000 years, comprehending all the methods of the tribulation-passing celestial being, and had achieved great success in his Xian cultivation. Ziyu. When Jianghu heard everything that had happened over the years, tears welled up in his eyes and he said, "Brother didn't protect you well." Yi Fan's heart ached when he heard this. "Father, aunt and sister Zi have become immortals. You don't have to be sad," Ji Chengdao said as he held his arm. "It's my fault. Becoming an immortal is the dream of so many people. This is a good thing. Yi Fan, don't think too much. Thank you for bringing happiness to Ziyu all these years," Jianghu said to Yi Fan as he wiped away the tears in his eyes. Jianghu was a strong-minded person. After he got out, he immediately went to see his wife. Not long after the family reunited, he went to the god race to battle the great ultimate god. In this battle, with Yi Fan's secret intervention, both sides ended in a draw. All the grievances were resolved the moment both sides fell. After all, that was his wife's brother and his child's uncle. Jianghu didn't want to make things difficult for his family. After that, Jianghu and his wife went into seclusion in the celestial court. When Duanda heard the news, he rushed over as if his butt was on fire. He sparred with Jianghu about the heavenly technique of passing tribulations. He forcefully interfered with a family of 3 and discussed it endlessly every day. In the end, Jianghu could see that he didn't want the technique, but he wanted the bits and pieces of the ruins. It was as if he wanted to open up some old memories. Sigh, everyone has their own happiness. Even a tomb raider is busy all day, running around happily. How should I plan my life? The big black dog said when he was drunk. Yes, even that monkey seems to be in love. It said that the 6-eared macaque might be a female. Now that the sacred prince is sparring with her all day, I think. Longma said with a lisp. In the end, he was hit on the back of his head with a stick, and a huge bump appeared. He was instantly enraged and shouted, "Who dares to sneak an attack on me?" In the end, when he saw the monkey holding a stick and glaring at him from behind, he was very happy and immediately fell asleep on the table, snoring like thunder. "Oh monkey, you're here. Come, come, come. Let's drink a few cups. I'll talk to you about my life's ideals." The big black dog dragged the monkey to sit down. "What ideals do you have? Just now, you didn't even have a direction in life." "Who said I didn't? Just now, I suddenly thought of many things. Listen to me slowly." The big black dog forcefully poured a cauldron of wine into his mouth, and then smashed it heavily on the table. Unfortunately, it smashed onto the head of Longma, who was pretending to be dead. It was so painful that he grimaced and jumped up, cursing loudly. "Don't be noisy. Listen to me slowly." The big black dog's eyes were slightly blurred, and at this time, a group of children also ran over to listen to him. "I hope to spend this life peacefully and have a beautiful living environment. For example, plant a path-understanding tree in the backyard and cool off in the summer heat. Make a herb garden in the front yard. Plant a few stalks of true dragon, immortal phoenix, 9 wonders, qilin, long live, and so on. Watch them bloom and wither, and smell their fragrance. That can cultivate one's mind. Oh, of course it has to be more elegant. I want to set up a bookshelf with at least a few dozen books on it. Otherwise, how can it reflect my erudition and literary talent? For example, the secret books of Di Zun, Great Emperor Wu Shi, Great Emperor Ruthless, and so on must be on display. There must also be the 9 secrets, Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, and so on. Of course, it's best to get a complete collection of the 18 forbidden techniques, which are the strongest forbidden secret techniques of the great emperors. As for the furniture in the house, I'll use the Eternal Universe furnace for the stove, the void mirror for the mirror, the undying heaven blade for cutting carrots and vegetables, the myriad chi cauldron for cooking, and the West Emperor Tower as a nest and a bird cage. Raise a bird. I must raise a demon emperor. For example, the golden crow is not bad. Oh, I forgot to dig out a creation origin eye. When I'm thirsty, I'll take a scoop. The Black Emperor talked incessantly, his saliva flying everywhere. The monkey, Longma, Pang Bo, Li Tian, Xianxia, and the others who had just arrived, all looked at each other, their hearts itching. Meanwhile, the group of little kids had already started shouting and scratching their heads. They were also very envious of the Black Emperor's ideals. You haven't said the most important point yet. No matter what, you have to leave behind a few pups. Otherwise, who will inherit your legacy? Duanda walked in and chuckled. Woof, Tomb Raider, tell me, are you the Netherworld Emperor? The large black dog pounced over in a drunken manner and grabbed him by the collar. Then he shouted at the others, "Come, charge with me. Press him down and give him the 10 great tortures of the myths and legends. Make him confess." With a swoosh, the group, including the monkey, Longma, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others, as well as some young children, pounced over and prepared to interrogate Duanda. Immeasurable Mother * King Celestial Being, who took off my Taoist robe, who stole my hairpin. Duanda shouted loudly. His entire body was filled with treasures, yet he was held down by the monkey and the others. The group of young children rushed over and robbed him clean. Even his shoes, socks, and pants were taken off. He was almost completely naked. Yi Fan arrived at a courtyard alone. This was originally his home, where Ji Ziyue and Little Z lived. But now, this place was very quiet. The laughter of the past were missing, and their voices could no longer be heard. In the courtyard, there was a parasol tree. The lightning phoenix that Ji Ziyue had raised, Little Thing, lived on top of it. Little Big Sister and her daughter had left, but Little Thing was still waiting and protecting it. Big Brother Yi, you're here. Little Thing had grown up long ago, and his cultivation level was terrifying. Because he had eaten the demon god flower and his own bloodline was astonishing, his progress could only be described as terrifying. He was a great hidden expert of the celestial court. However, he had always been very pure, and his temperament had never changed. He was also very optimistic, and firmly believed that he would be able to meet Ziyue in the future. Yi Fan nodded and greeted him. In the courtyard, there was another plant. It was precisely the demon god flower. The flower had already withered, and it would take 50,000 years for it to bloom again. It was transplanted here by Ji Ziyue. Divine Sun. Little K, was also here, and she was currently tidying up the courtyard. Little K, big sister often comes to tidy up, said Little Thing. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He chatted with them for a while, and then he picked up a rotten wooden chest and left. Little K, stared blankly at his departing figure. She didn't say anything for a long time, and her heart was empty. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bear to speak. Little K, saw that the divine sun in her heart had never changed disappear. She murmured, "Divine Sun, don't speak. It's just that I can see you every day. I'm very happy, and I don't want to leave this place." After so many years, Yi Fan was finally going to deal with this rotten wooden chest, because apart from the great emperor, no one could touch it. Chapter 1783. There were 3 types of wondrous flowers in this world. Just like the undying immortal medicine, they were all unique, and they were even more mysterious with astonishing origins. The first was the demonic god flower. The little guy absorbed its essence when he was born, and it was a supreme treasure of the demon race. It bloomed once every 50,000 years. The second was the Tao harmonizing flower, and it was even more precious. It had only appeared once since ancient times, and it was rumored that once it appeared, the moment it bloomed, it could allow one to harmonize with the Tao and become an emperor. One could well imagine how mystical this flower was. Even if it wasn't the world's #1 supreme treasure, it wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, it was too rare. It only appeared once during the Age of Legends, and was never seen again. Some people speculated that it needed tens of thousands to over 100 years to bloom once. There was another type of flower that similarly had astonishing origins. It contained astonishing secrets that only the great emperors of ancient times could appreciate. It was precisely the divine flower, representing the pinnacle of beauty. The one inside the rotten wooden chest was precisely one of the three wondrous flowers. Back then, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi returned from Ziwei to Big Dipper. They picked up a rotten wooden chest outside of this region, and within it was actually a divine flower. Once this flower withered, it would turn into a seed. Then, it would break through the heavens and appear in another world. This was the only one in this world. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world, becoming a supreme treasure of the mortal world. In the past, the divine flower was a weapon of intimidation within the celestial court. They almost used it several times, but they always kept it. Now it was taken out by Yi Fan, because he had no use for it anymore. Now that he had reached this realm, it was enough to intimidate everything. When the divine flower bloomed, only the great emperors could enjoy it. Legend has it that it was the world's most beautiful spectacle, dazzling and beautiful to the point that emperors would become intoxicated, while others could not see it. If those who were not emperors saw it, their primordial spirit might turn into a rain of light, ultimately heading towards self-destruction. Some people said that it might contain the laws of the immortal world. Yi Fan personally opened the rotten wooden chest and planted a mysterious plant on the undying mountain cliff he normally sat on. It immediately began to sway and release a dazzling rain of light. He used his divine will to only call out a few people, such as the monkey, the demonic human, and the old madman. Only those who could fight against supreme beings could come, or else he feared that there would be a huge problem. "Master, what is this?" Komatsu blinked his large eyes and asked. Even though many years had passed, he still had the temperament of a newborn, ethereal and pure. "This is the world's most beautiful flower. Once it blooms, even great emperors will be enchanted. They are known as gods. Today, I will treat everyone to an extremely beautiful flower." Yi Fan smiled. Then he put away his smile and warned everyone that if they felt unwell, they shouldn't try to be brave and should quickly retreat. All right. The human devils and the others happily agreed. They were filled with anticipation towards this legendary divinity from the immortal realms. Throughout the ages, not many people had seen it before. Yi Fan poured the god spring on the undying mountain cliff. The god tree that had just broken out of the god source started to absorb the essence of the sky and earth. Its leaves were sparkling. They had a demonic quality to them. They were absorbing the essence of the universe from space. The flower bud trembled, and then with a sudden pop, a petal bloomed. At this moment, a rain of light filled the sky, submerging the entire cliff. If not for Yi Fan laying down a grand array in advance, everyone in the celestial court would have seen this scene. This is... Everyone was shaken. There were actually immortal figures dancing within the rain of light. They looked extremely mysterious and made everyone's expressions change. No one wanted to miss out on this. They stared at this flower without blinking. Pop! Flower petals bloomed one after another. They were gorgeous to the extreme, beautiful to the point where they could confuse one's mind. Even those as powerful as the people here were captivated. Their primordial spirits became unstable, about to leave their bodies. This was just too shocking. It was hard to imagine that they were so powerful, yet they were still almost lost. They were like moths flying into a flame under the fragrance and brilliant rain of light. It was as if they were going to sublimate together with it and then merge into the natural laws of heaven and earth. When the last petal bloomed, beams of light rushed into the heavens from the celestial court, piercing through the great cosmos. No one knew what happened here. The outside world was all shocked. At this moment, forget about Komatsu, Little Ting Ting, and the others. Even Yi Fan's body was greatly shaken. He revealed a look of disbelief. Under the beautiful splendor that even great emperors were about to become intoxicated, a tangible fairy flew out. She danced about, guiding one's primordial spirit over. That was the stamen of the deity flower. It was actually humanoid and the size of a fist. It was a vivid and lifelike little fairy that flew about above the flower. She danced about the world of mortals, stirring up the silence of endless ages. Heaven and earth were disturbed, and the river of time was severed. Half a day later, everyone completely left. They already admired that type of extreme beauty, feeling a type of indistinct natural laws and trajectory. If they continued watching, their primordial spirits would become unstable. On the cliff, only Yi Fan and the little girl remained. One was someone who could truly kill an ancient emperor, and the other was extremely pure and innocent with shocking origins. Only they could watch without any restraints. The little girl propped up her chin and blinked her large eyes. She remained clear-headed from start to finish and wasn't moved by this flower. She accompanied Yi Fan as he watched. How great would it be if little Purple was here? This flower really is so beautiful, she said softly. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He originally thought that he was the only one in this world who could look at this flower often and not retreat. He never thought that the little girl would be this powerful. Her large pure eyes were full of admiration, and she wasn't bewitched in the slightest. He calmed down and slowly comprehended. This flower immediately became different in his eyes. It turned into strand after strand of lines, and the rain of light also became indistinct symbols that guided his mind. Yi Fan sat cross-legged just like that and didn't move at all. This observation lasted for an entire 10 years. He comprehended, created methods, and developed the Tao. His entire being became more and more unfathomable. During these 10 years, Yi Tong and the others also came again, but they wouldn't stay for long and would quickly leave. Only the little girl stayed here tirelessly. Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao, and she was sincerely admiring the flower. Little girl seems to have seen this flower before. This flower feels a bit familiar, the little girl said softly in unison and said in a somewhat adorable manner. Yi Fan's heart was greatly shaken. This flower would only bloom again after at least 100,000 years. The divine flower never withered. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. It was sparkling and glistening, and its stamen was like a flying immortal. Different from the legends, it didn't wither after blooming. More than 100 years later, even the little Nan got tired of looking at it. Then, she was brought away. Yi Fan cultivated in isolation here alone, all the way until it truly withered, turning into a seed. Only after 200 years did he rise up. The seed was as bright as a dragon's eye. It broke through the void and was about to fly away, but in the end, it was caught by Yi Fan and sealed into a jade jar. If I want to see it again, it'll be 100,000 years later. I probably won't have the chance. Yi Fan laughed at himself. After he came out of isolation, the celestial court was greatly shaken. Everyone felt that his eyes had become much more profound. They didn't know how much his divine power had increased, but his cultivation was definitely profound. Is the victorious Buddha doing well? He's in good spirits, but he probably doesn't have much time left, the monkey replied calmly. Yi Fan sighed. People would grow old, get sick and die. He couldn't change all of this if he wasn't an immortal. Even though his divine power was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to prolong someone's life. The celestial court had the elixir of immortality, but the victorious Buddha wasn't willing to use it. He would rather grow old with the divine silkworm princess. He hoped to leave it for the person who needed it the most. His state of mind was peaceful, and he wasn't afraid of this kind of natural death. The chaotic physique has appeared again. Someone saw him traversing the star field. Not long after Yi Fan came out of isolation, he heard such news. He was slightly stunned, but he didn't say much. The chaotic physique had appeared again, and the entire universe was surging with a dark wave. Now that Yi Fan was the ruler of the world, who could fight against him? People kept discussing him. Some people thought that Zhang Byron might be able to fight him one day. The appearance of the chaotic physique immediately stirred everyone's hearts. This was the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. If they wanted to find an opponent for Yi Fan, this would definitely be the strongest candidate. No one expected that not long after Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he issued a decree. He wanted to flatten the forbidden zone of life again with great fanfare. This time, he wrote letters to Zhang Byron, the Supreme Emperor, Dao Yi, and everyone else who could fight. He suggested that this battle would quell the great calamity of the world in one fell swoop and solve the source of chaos for future generations. The entire world was in an uproar. No one expected him to be so direct. He wanted to go to war without any concealment and called all the experts in the universe to move out together. I have the same intention. The Golden Crow the Arch was the first to respond. He personally went to the Celestial Court to attack the Forbidden Zone of Life with Yi Fan. After that, Zhang Byron and the Supreme Emperor responded positively. They wanted to act together with Yi Fan. This time, they wanted to kill their way into the last forbidden zone of life. Several hundred years had already passed since the last battle. These people's cultivation had all improved again. They were all confident and resolute. The Big Dipper, ancient origin mine, high heavens, and the immortal mausoleum were all furious. What kind of era was this? The outside world had invaded again and again. It was completely different from the past. Since the ancient times, it had always been them who instigated the darkness chaos, but now they had been transferred over. The contrast was so great that it was difficult for people to accept. No one expected that the influence of Yi Fan's call this time would be so great. In just a few days, experts from all sides had signed up to participate in this battle. In the unmatched universe, the leader of the world, the Saint Physique Yi Fan, is he really going to walk the same path as Heavenly Emperor Huang and Di Zun? The various races of the universe sighed. They felt that this era would witness a miracle. In the future, there would definitely be a world-shaking event that would shake the entire history of the world. A sovereign descending into the world. Heavenly geniuses from all sides have come to help. The most glorious and brilliant era has arrived, surpassing the legendary era. Everyone in the world was talking about this. The Big Dipper was indescribably oppressive. Terrifying auras circulated through the 3 great forbidden zones every day. Everyone in the outside world guessed that a world-destroying war was about to erupt and that the forbidden zones were going to join hands. However, the final result exceeded everyone's expectations. The 3 great forbidden zones silently disappeared one after another, leaving the Big Dipper without a trace. What? Even the forbidden zones are scared of the celestial court, scared of the Saint Physique Yi Fan, and just like that, they went into hiding. The entire world was shocked. This is the human heart. At the crucial moment, they chose to protect themselves. In the end, they didn't join hands. After ascending to the extreme, they were all going to die. It was impossible for them to survive in this great golden era. There were too few ancient supreme beings left, and they couldn't afford to fight to the death. The Saint Physique also had his misgivings. He purposely did this to intimidate the 3 great forbidden zones, making them step onto this path in the end. They can hide for a while, but can they hide for an entire lifetime? Yi Fan said coldly. He moved out, leading the great army, including the Golden Crow Great Emperor, Zhang Byron, Dao Yi, and the others, slaughtering their way towards a certain region. The victorious fighting Buddha insisted on coming along, because this might be the last battle of his life. He didn't want to die old age in the divine ruins, hoping to die in extreme glory. In the end, the absolute beginning forbidden zone and high heavens disappeared from the world, not discovered. Meanwhile, Yi Fan ordered people to find the immortal mausoleum, and a world-shaking great battle unfolded. Even though it was intense, there was no suspense. Yi Fan swept through this forbidden zone, killing the last 2 ancient emperors. After returning, Yi Fan secretly transferred a portion of the ancient emperor blood he obtained into the victorious fighting Buddha's body. When the latter found out, he immediately stopped him, but this allowed him to live for another 100 years. 100 years passed in a hurry. The world was peaceful, but the victorious fighting Buddha was about to reach the end of his life. And today, Yi Fan suddenly received a letter of challenge. It was formed from primal chaos energy, and the Tao laws were world-shocking. When this letter flew over, it directly blasted open the celestial court's southern heavenly gate. The primal chaos body was going to challenge the Saint Physique, and they were going to launch the most powerful collision. This news was like a clap of thunder, engulfing the great cosmos. Chapter 1784. The primal chaos body reappeared, and the world trembled. He was going to challenge the holy Physique Yi Fan. Once the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. It was destined to be a divine battle, a struggle between dragons and tigers. It would affect the structure of the universe. The battle hadn't even started yet. Once the news spread, the various regions were already in chaos. Without confidence, who would dare to compete with the holy Physique? This made people look forward to it. There were many geniuses in the present age, and the accumulations of the past were all concentrated in this era. Everyone wanted to clash and create the most brilliant sparks. Yi Fan had defeated the Demon Emperor and reigned supreme in the universe. Now, there were still people who dared to challenge him. If they weren't arrogant, then they were truly too powerful. Just because of the primal chaos body, he has the qualifications to challenge him. The most powerful bloodline since the ancient times. Once cultivated to the extreme, he will become an immortal and be revered in the human world. He will be unrivaled. I look forward to this battle. During these years, Yi Fan had been unrivaled in the universe. Not to mention himself, even others felt that it was a bit monotonous. Now that a powerful challenger had appeared, many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In front of the southern heavenly gate, Xianxia stood there. The tower with emperor patterns had been flattened by a piece of paper. Only a letter was stuck in the ground, surrounded by primal chaos. There was only one word on it. Fight. Was there a strong hostility? Not really. There was only an unrivaled domineeringness, as well as a belief that he was supreme. This person was extremely confident. The primal chaos body has finally appeared. What kind of shocking performance will it have? The people in the celestial court were all looking forward to it. However, there were also many people who were worried. This was because this type of physique was known as the number one since the ancient times. Perhaps only the innate Tao embryo could compare to it. Yi Fan was very strong. Along the way, he had a glorious battle record that was rarely seen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been mentioned in the same breath as the venerable emperor when he was young. However, the primal chaos body was too famous. It could suppress everything. Such a powerful appearance inevitably made people's hearts pound. The space was noisy and chaotic. Everyone was looking forward to it. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain, unmoved by the outside world. During this period, he only refined the divine embryo in the myriad chi cauldron and didn't let it grow. He left the power of faith on the altar and took the cauldron. 10 days later, in the mythical battlefield, not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan stood alone, gazing into the depths of the star domain. Everyone was waiting for this battle, but apart from Zhang Byron, Dao Yi, the monkey, human demon, and a few others, not many dared to come. In the star domain, the heavenly magic eye, heaven-viewing divine formation, and other things had long been arranged. The various great clans hoped to see this battle. Rumble! Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. A streak of blazing lightning tore through the cosmos and entered the battlefield of legends. Primal chaos surged and another person appeared on the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, everything became restless. A terrifying battle was about to break out. Many people clenched their fists, feeling even more nervous than the people present. His true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only the surging primal chaos. It was as if he stood in an era before heaven and earth were created. All types of symbols appeared, 10,000 Tao resonating, as if he was a ruler. Clang! A bell rang and shook the universe. The golden crow the arch appeared and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's retreat from this battlefield. The final battle is about to begin." Crazy Ol, the victorious Buddha, the fire Qilin, the supreme divinity, Yin Tianda, and the others nodded and left immediately. The battlefield of legends became even more silent. In the galaxy outside, everyone was shocked. This battle was no small matter indeed. Even the Arch could only maintain order here and not participate in the battle. No matter what, this battle was destined to be recorded in the history of the most powerful battles between gods. Is the chaotic body really so powerful? Before the final battle, people thought of the intermittent legends that were almost annihilated in the mythical era. During that era, the chaotic body had appeared and existed side by side with a 9 celestial being. This bloodline was known as the most terrifying, causing headaches and suffering for the ancient celestial being. According to legend, if such a physique appeared, achieving the Tao was only a matter of time. One day one would succeed. Moreover, there was no need to worry about someone achieving the Tao during that era. Therefore, there was a rumor that during that era, the celestial being and the Tao venerables who lived in the same era as the chaotic body were helpless and had seen blood. Unfortunately, in a certain era, the chaotic body could not mature and was killed by the celestial being while ascending the ladder. The Tao venerables also bled and suffered serious injuries. How could this kind of talent and such a result not shock the world? After the chaotic body died, its body was refined into a supreme array and became the carrier for the Tao patterns carved by the Tao venerables. It guarded the Big Dipper and was used to pave the path to immortality. All kinds of rumors spoke of the supremacy of this physique. It's that person. Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan stood beside Komatsu and exclaimed. On the way from the Big Dipper to the Celestial Court, they had seen a person undergoing tribulation. It was this blurry figure with the same temperament. At the same time, Yi Fan also recognized his opponent and said, "It's really you." "That's right, I'm here to fight you one last time," the person in the chaotic aura said calmly. He was not as strong and arrogant as the outside world imagined. Boom! Without any warning, the battle between the two erupted. The chaotic aura spread and drowned out the entire battlefield. The outside world could not see the battle situation between the two. A great collision took place there. It was extremely intense, like a battle between thearchs. The expression of the Golden Crow the Arch who was watching the battle changed several times. What a powerful chaotic body. Its reputation was well deserved. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer did not disappoint them. One had to know that even the ancient celestial being was not this fierce in all the great battles that had happened in this era. Roar! As the battle intensified, the chaotic aura gradually thinned and a blurry scene was projected. A blurry figure was as fast as an immortal. Not only did the laws of primal chaos shoot out, but there were also all kinds of immortal spirits revolving around him, making him look like an immortal king. He rushed forward, shaking the entire chaotic battlefield and causing it to collapse. He drove the azure dragon, snake, vermilion bird, white tiger, Kuan Peng, and other immortal spirits to attack and fight against Yi Fan. So ferocious. Even Fire Qilin, this stubborn and resolute person, let out a sigh. Every immortal spirit was a type of great Tao formed from the most ancient runes. The chaotic body could drive all great Taos and represented the will of heaven and earth. It could kill until all things were destroyed. Yi Fan punched out again and again. The body of the azure dragon, which was as long as a galaxy, collapsed. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. The vermilion bird wailed mournfully like the sun falling from the sky. The white tiger roared sorrowfully as its mountain-like body fell into a pool of blood. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. Once he used the celestial the arch fist, the universe would collapse. This kind of combat power intimidated the human world. One after another, huge immortal spirits fell into a pool of blood. However, there was an endless stream of them. There were also flying serpents, immortal phoenixes, Bai An, and others. Ao Shirshing, who had the chaotic body, was surrounded by endless immortal spirits. His palms and fingers slammed down, and the laws were like the sea. Yi Fan's body shook as he began to face the celestial the arch fist head-on. What a powerful person. Worthy of having the most powerful bloodline. His physical body is not the slightest bit weaker than the most powerful sacred body in history. It really is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that when the two collided, the web between Yi Fan's thumb and index finger split open and blood splashed out. This was simply unbelievable. What made Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others release a breath of relief was that this person's palms and fingers were also stained with blood. He was also riddled with injuries from the celestial the arch fist. As for the great Tao laws, they collided like raging waves. Resplendent light continuously scattered about as if immortal flowers were blossoming. Every single flower was extremely dazzling. Alcade he is actually a alcade. Everyone was stupefied. When the primal chaos became thin, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. That person revealed his true appearance. His complexion was like jade, and he transcended the mortal world. It was actually a alcade. Didn't he die in the battle back then? He was killed by the sacred body Yi Fan in the 5th Imperial Pass. How could he return alive and even have a chaotic body? Many people trembled inwardly and revealed expressions of disbelief. It was difficult for them to accept this reality, because many people had personally witnessed that battle back then. When the news spread, all the clans were shaken, especially the cultivators of the northern Dipper Star region. Their emotions were even more complicated. What was going on? In the end, it was actually him who came to fight a decisive battle against Yi Fan. I know. That day, he only used Yi Fan to break through the shackles. That body imprisoned him. Correct. Do you all still remember what he said that day? Everyone's hearts trembled. The scenes from back then appeared in their hearts. That day, the alcade resolutely fought to the death. His body was stained with blood, but he didn't flee and instead fought a great battle against Yi Fan. It was because at that time, his path had already reached its end. The demonic body had imprisoned his Tao, making it impossible for him to advance any further. The final battle. Whether I break free or transcend, it all depends on this final battle. The desolate words from back then still rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Even until his death, he was still narrating his own path. The Alcade should die. This heaven-devouring demonic art, this demonic body, has too many shackles. Only Brother Yi can break it. Those were his final words that made everyone's hearts ache. At that time, it was somewhat tragic. Before his death, he seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was both sadness and joy. His expression was very complicated. In the end, amidst his tears, he revealed a sunny smile. He waved his hand at everyone, and his body exploded. There was actually such a true meaning behind it. Everyone suddenly understood. Back then, Yi Yaoguang borrowed Yi Fan's hand to be reborn. In reality, after his death, the source of his body turned into 6,400 strands of essence qi that rushed into the universe's 10 desolates. Everyone saw that it actually contained a hope of survival. Alcade. Yi Fan shouted. No, the Alcade has already died. I am the primal chaos. He smiled gently, but there was an indescribable loneliness and sorrow in his smile that was difficult to conceal. No matter who you are, it will be difficult for you to escape defeat in this battle against me today, Yi Fan said. Perhaps, but I still came because this battle was unavoidable. The Alcade, or rather the primal chaos, was as dazzling as the sun. This sentence alone was enough to express his intentions. This battle was indeed unavoidable. The two of them had known each other since they were young, and too many things had happened along the way. In the end, they were still standing on opposite sides. Only when one of them became the supreme ruler of the mortal world would the other fall. They were both dragons among men, rare geniuses with heaven-defying talents. However, one of them was fated to fall. Boom! The most intense battle erupted. A primal chaos cauldron appeared above the Alcade's head. It was a 4-legged square cauldron, while a primal chaos cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles appeared above Yi Fan's head. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. Even their weapons were similar. Their cauldrons slammed into each other. This battle caused the sun and moon to lose their luster, and the mortal world to lose its luster. The Alcade had completely abandoned his original techniques, and his attacks were filled with wondrous principles. The primal chaos method power swept out in all directions. Yi Fan's Tao actually showed signs of being countered. As soon as his techniques were unleashed, they were absorbed by the opponent's primal chaos light, becoming a part of the Alcade's body. Everyone knew that Yi Fan had truly met his match. This battle was destined to be difficult. The primal chaos body was indeed frightening. No wonder the legend said that the celestial being had almost died a miserable death even before he had achieved his Tao. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and it was covered in blood. However, his willpower was unwavering, and he continued to charge forward without wavering. Boom! Their divine power was unparalleled. The earth-shattering attacks from both sides shattered the mythical battlefield, and the shockwaves spread to the outside world. This shocked everyone. Even the supreme battle back then was not this terrifying. Both of them used the all character, increasing their combat prowess tenfold. That's why they were able to unleash such a shocking attack. Zhang Byron sighed. The Alcade had also grasped the all character, but this secret technique was not necessarily the key to victory. Any technique that reached the pinnacle was frightening, but at this moment, both of them were using them at the same time. This battle continued until the heavens and earth dimmed, and the entire universe began to crumble. The mythical battlefield had been destroyed beyond recognition. After exchanging thousands of blows, there was still no clear victor. This was the most terrifying battle that Yi Fan had encountered since he had ascended to the heavens. In the end, the Alcade transformed into a primal chaos furnace that charged forward, wrapping around Yi Fan and trying to refine him. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had transformed into a cauldron. He was first refined within the furnace, and then he charged out, absorbing the primal chaos light into his body and turning it into a cauldron. The hundreds of meridians in his body began to rumble. The two of them continued to slaughter each other. This battle lasted for an entire day, and its intensity was enough to make people tremble. In the end, the two of them fell out of the cauldron, covered in blood. Their bodies were in tatters. What an ending! This time, The Alcade will never be able to live, the Alcade said with a desolate sigh. You can live, Yifan said. He was covered in blood amidst the golden light, and he coughed up blood continuously. However, he was still smiling as he said, the universe is very large, but it cannot contain both of us at the same time. Yifan fell silent. My primal chaos body is flawed, and I can only cultivate it to this point in my life. The Alcade laughed bitterly, as if he was mocking himself, but it also seemed like he was telling Yifan a piece of information. Pooh! He exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He had truly withered away, and it would be difficult for him to appear again in this world. To have an opponent like you. The Alcade didn't finish his sentence, and only his voice echoed throughout the mythical battlefield. The heavenly wind began to blow, and the Alcade, an outstanding talent of his generation, had fallen just like that. This ending caused many people to fall silent. The victorious Buddha has passed away in meditation. Someone yelled loudly, breaking the silence. Everyone was grief-stricken. At this moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in their hearts. Heroes had died in battle, and the older generation had withered away. This was the path of a cultivator. The joys and sorrows of the emperor's path and the battles of the world had all been composed into a resounding battle song. The glory that belonged to a single person had been buried with the blood and tears of too many people. They had watched that person rise to the top, watched that person stand at the peak, watched that person overlook the world, but behind him were countless corpses. The path of blood was endless, and he reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. Enemies, friends, and family had all passed away when one reached the peak of glory. When one looked back, what was left? Chapter 1785. The battle ended, and the Alcade passed away. This made everyone feel complicated. Cultivators spent their lives fighting against the heavens, against the earth, against others, and against themselves. In the end, what did they fight for? What did they leave behind? It was still a pile of bones. Victorious Buddha, wake up! A sorrowful howl rang out. A group of people surrounded the old divine ape, all of them looking anxious. Yifan was covered in blood and dragged his heavily injured body. Everyone made way for him. Even the Golden Crow the Arch, Tienda, Zhang Byron, and the others didn't have any intention of making a move. At this point, he had an indescribable domineering aura. Even though he was heavily injured, he still intimidated the world. His gaze swept over everyone, making them tremble in fear. The old victorious Buddha's body glowed, and he had already started to transform. As an expert of this realm, no one dared to touch him, or else they would follow him and transform. Everyone revealed a sorrowful expression. He should have died 100 years ago. It was only because Yifan had refined a portion of his sovereign blood into his body that he had lived for another 100 years. This time, he had forced himself to come here just to see the battle between Yifan and the chaotic body. Yifan made a move and executed a supreme secret technique. His right hand drew a beautiful trajectory and kept the victorious Buddha away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly rushed toward the celestial court. Monkey, Komatsu, and the other experts of the celestial court retreated like the tide and followed him. Their hearts were filled with worry. Everyone knew that it was difficult for the victorious Buddha to survive. Perhaps they could only send him on his final journey. The mythical battlefield was silent. No one had expected such an ending. It's a pity for the Alcade. He's worthy of being a hero of his generation. Other than this, what else could they say? The sorrow and joy of cultivators, the fall of experts, and the dimming of geniuses, they might also experience this in the future. The news spread throughout the universe, causing a huge wave. In the celestial court, Yifan placed the victorious Buddha on a divine mountain and ordered someone to invite the divine silkworm princess because there wasn't much time left. Is there really no other way? The people of the celestial court were dejected. Many of them looked at Yifan. The monkey's eyes were filled with tears. He was a staunch person, but at this moment, he couldn't suppress his emotions. His only kin, his uncle, was about to die. This made him incomparably sad. Yifan ignored his own injuries and forced out a stream of essence blood from his wound. It was sparkling and had a sweet fragrance. He wanted to infuse it into the victorious Buddha's body to extend his lifespan. There's no need to waste it. It's time for me to die in meditation. Could it be that I have to learn from the supreme beings of restricted regions, Rely on the blood of others to survive? Wait for me. Princess Divine Silkworm came. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to touch the face of the victorious Buddha with her hand. Everyone was shocked. If they touched her like this, they might implicate the Divine Silkworm Princess. Not everyone was as powerful as Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked again. A ball of gentle light flew out from his palm and enveloped the Divine Silkworm Princess, allowing her to approach. Don't be sad. Who can avoid birth, old age, sickness, and death? We have been on the path of heaven our whole lives. Can't you get over this final destruction? The victorious Buddha was very carefree, but there were too many people in this world who couldn't let go. I have a way to suppress the victorious Buddha and seal him into the celestial source. He can maintain this state. Whether or not he can extend his lifespan can be left to the future, said Yi Fan. I was sealed from the primordial era to this world. Life after life, such a deep sleep is like a dead tree. What's the point of it? I might as well just return now. The victorious Buddha saw everyone's sadness and said, everyone will die one day. I've experienced what I should experience, so what's there to be unsatisfied about? The most important thing for a person is to be satisfied. I have no regrets in my final years. He spoke very honestly. Then he pointed out with his finger and a blurry world appeared. It evolved into a country of mortals. Time passed very quickly, and he saw the life and death of mortals. We are the same as them, just that our lifespans are slightly longer. Their joys and sorrows, as well as their joy and anger, are also present in us. Look at how peaceful that old farmer died. Isn't that also a blessing? They couldn't live forever and couldn't step into the celestial realm. In the end they would all die. It was just a matter of time. The victorious fighting Buddha had experienced the extremely glorious era when his elder brother was alive, and also caught up with the turbulent era after his elder brother died. His wife and nephew were separated. 1,000,000 years later, in this life, he experienced and witnessed the most magnificent era. The flame of his life was about to be extinguished, but he had no regrets. I'll go with you. Princess Divine Silkworm wiped away her tears and said with a smile. In the end, the victorious fighting Buddha passed away. In the dazzling rain of light, Princess Divine Silkworm also passed away. Everyone wanted to stop her. Yi Fan stopped her body, but he couldn't stop her heart. In the end, he sighed sadly. However, Princess Divine Silkworm was very satisfied. In the rain of light, she walked with the victorious fighting Buddha. The two of them disappeared from this world together, causing the celestial court to be in great sorrow. Uncle, Auntie! Monkey shouted, tears rolling down his face. Uncle Master, my condolences. The victorious fighting Buddha passed away very calmly. The two of them passed away with smiles on their faces, Hua Hua advised. Everyone went forward together. Although they were sad, they weren't that sad, because the two of them passed away with satisfied smiles on their faces. Perhaps that was a blessing for them. Apart from Monkey, there was also the little silkworm crying loudly. In the end, it was dragged away by little Nan Nan. Half a year later, an old man came to the celestial court and offered flowers in front of the graves of the victorious fighting Buddha and Princess Divine Silkworm. He said, we're all old, and it's time for us to take our leave. You don't mind me being your neighbor, right? You are. My name is Gu Tianshu. The white-clothed old man reported his name. When the Black Emperor heard this, he rushed over with a roar and said, Old Gu! Yi Fan was also alarmed. He came out of seclusion and entered the ruins of God to see this famous senior expert. Old Gu, tell me, did the great emperor really pass away, or did he fight his way into the celestial realm? The Black Emperor asked anxiously, his large claws grabbing onto Gu Tianshu's collar. I'm the same as you. I was sealed into the source by the great emperor and fell into a deep slumber. How would I know? Gu Tianshu sighed. How could this be? The Black Emperor was in a daze. The great emperor chose the Purple Mountain because he was waiting for someone, and that was the Undying Sky Emperor. The great emperor has never been defeated or miscalculated in his life. I think he will never be defeated. He must have waited for that person. You're saying that the great emperor and the Undying Sky Emperor are together? The Black Emperor said. Yes, as long as the Undying Sky Emperor doesn't die, the great emperor Wu sure won't die. Gu Tianshu speculated. Yi Fan listened quietly. When he reached this realm, the past was less mysterious to him. He could already guess some things. Gu Tianshu stayed, but he didn't have much life left. He left behind a few king medicines and gave them to the celestial court. 10 years later, he passed away in the ruins of God. There was a tombstone there, accompanying the tomb of the victorious Buddha. This was only a miniature version, but also a beginning. As time passed, old age, sickness, and death would appear on a large scale. A generation of the celestial court would pass away forever. Yes, the old madman and the human demon didn't have much life left. They would walk this path in the end. At night, Yifan stood alone on a cliff in the undying mountain, gazing into the distance. He didn't move the entire night. He was thinking hard. Was he really going to send them off one by one? This year, he was more than 2,300 years old. He had walked the path of cultivation for a long time, but compared to his lifespan, there was still a long way to go. I don't want the whole world to be silent and leave me alone, Yifan said softly. He faced the rising morning clouds and sat down cross-legged to think about the path to immortality. Walala! He opened the immortal treasure map and looked at it seriously. It was as if he wanted to see through it and see a vast immortal world. 2 years later, a piece of news came from the Big Dipper. One of the 3 heroes of Merak, Elder Wei Yi, had passed away. Like the victorious Buddha, he didn't want to use divine medicines to prolong his life and wanted to pass away naturally. Yifan was sad. Another respectable old man had passed away. Back then, like the victorious Buddha, he had protected him. Now, he couldn't resist the passage of time and reached the end of his life. Yifan felt sad. From these people, he thought of the white-robed divine king and old man Gai Joyo. His eyes became misty. From now on, could it be that he really had to watch his friends and relatives pass away one by one? 30 years later, another new grave appeared. Yifan led everyone to pay their respects. This was the grave of killing Saint Qi Luo, the former guide of the celestial court. After seeing the prosperity and glory of the celestial court, the old assassin passed away with a smile on his face. The assassin erupted too early and unleashed all of his potential. His body was already empty. He had also been glorious before, but in his later years, it was destined that there wouldn't be any miracles. His cultivation in the celestial court wasn't very high, but he was deeply respected by the younger generation. Without him, there might not be the current celestial court. He was a respectable guide. Ah! Yifan rushed into the sky and roared loudly. Half of the universe trembled and many people were overwhelmed with shock. There was a type of pain in his heart. He felt a type of powerlessness. His strength was rarely seen since ancient times, but in the end, there was still a time when his strength was exhausted. He couldn't save the lives of the elders around him one after another. Seeing these respectable people pass away one after another, Yifan felt very sad in his heart. After a year of silence, Yifan came out again. He brought little Nan Nan along and left the celestial court. Big brother, where are we going? We are going to search for immortals and some things related to longevity, replied Yifan. He unfolded the immortal treasure map and stared at it seriously. He held it as he traveled through the universe, trying his best to find something. This map was most likely something from the chaotic ancient times. As for the imprint on the back, it should have been added by later generations. Dang! When he found a certain place, he heard the deafening sound of the immortal bell. However, he couldn't obtain it. The bell melted into the void and entered an unknown chaotic realm. The sound of the bell faded away. After that, Yifan came to the Big Dipper. He went deep underground in search of the ancient Desolation Pagoda. This pagoda was the same. It had long become sentient. Even though he was a great emperor-level expert, he couldn't find it without its approval. The pagoda didn't leave a mark and melted into his domain. It's much more refined than the cauldron of a venerable emperor. Yifan could only sigh in admiration. Big brother, where are we going? Asked little Nan Nan. The place we're going to this time might be dangerous for Nan Nan. Wait for me here, said Yifan. However, that place might also need little Nan Nan. Nan Nan isn't afraid, said the little girl in a cute and innocent manner. Yifan shook his head resolutely. He then tore apart the universe with his divine sense and called Komatsu over. He told him to accompany little Nan Nan and to protect her well. He told him to wait outside the forbidden ancient land. He himself strode forward and walked towards the only life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. Chapter 1786. The 9 sacred mountains of the ancient desolate forbidden land had collapsed a long time ago, but now, this place was still lush with trees. There was a huge abyss at the center that went straight underground. In the past 2,000 years, the world continuously underwent shocking changes. The great forbidden areas were either flattened or disappeared. Only this last one remained. After so many years, no one dared to set foot here. They were filled with reverence towards this place. Many people already knew that during the final moments of the darkness chaos, the Empress in the ancient desolate forbidden land awakened. She forcefully suppressed it and completely flattened it. This was a great merit. Yi Fan's steps were firm. After entering this place, his expression gradually became a bit absent-minded. This was not the first time he came here. The achievements he had today were inseparable from this place. Without the divine medicine here, how could he dissolve the sea of bitterness? How could he repair the scars of the great Tao? When he came here in the past, he was prepared to die. It was because this place stripped away one's lifespan, making it difficult for creatures to set foot here. Now that he came here again, the essence energy in Yi Fan's body naturally flowed without a single strand leaking out. Someone at this level was finally unaffected here. Yi Fan requests an audience with the Great Empress. This voice wasn't very loud, but it clearly transmitted into the abyss and shook the entire eastern wasteland. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Fan had come, and he actually entered the most mysterious ancient desolate forbidden land. Many people were shocked to the extreme. Were the 2 giants finally going to meet? No one thought that he came to flatten the forbidden area, because the Empress was the only master of the forbidden area who had protected the human race and suppressed the darkness chaos. Even though this was a dangerous place, as long as one didn't offend her, there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Everyone was afraid of her, but they also felt boundless respect from the bottom of their hearts. This really makes one look forward to it. The meeting between the divine physique Yi Fan and the Empress made the people of the world excited. They wanted to personally see what was going to happen. Unfortunately, they could only think about it and couldn't put it into action. Many years had passed. The plants here were still abundant, but the center of the forbidden area had become even more dilapidated. The abyss had exploded in the past and was covered in cracks that had never been repaired. After arriving here, Yi Fan didn't proceed any further. Instead, he sent another message, requesting to meet with him. Silently, a desolate slave appeared. He was dressed in ancient clothes. He was ancient sage Xiaofeng, and he had paid an audience with the Azure Emperor many times in the past. In the end, he fell into this abyss. With a blank expression, he gestured to Yi Fan, inviting him into the abyss. Big brother. Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, little Nan Nan looked on worriedly. She had a strange feeling about this place, and her heart was pounding. She was afraid that something would happen to Yi Fan. Don't worry. Komatsu comforted her. He was very quiet as he pulled little Nan Nan along and waited quietly outside the restricted area. Yi Fan took a step forward, descending into the abyss. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura, and the essence energy in his body almost flowed out. He couldn't help but sigh. The central region was truly strange, actually affecting great emperor-level experts. It was shockingly mysterious and terrifying. Finally, one day he stepped into this place. His emotions were complicated, and he didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Yi Fan was very curious about this place. He really wanted to know how the Empress had spent so many years underground. At the bottom of the abyss, there used to be large ruins, but now they had all become ruins. What era was this left behind? It was hard to say. A huge stone door appeared in front of him. It was quiet and deep, as if it was connected to a vast celestial domain. A great empress seemed to be waiting alone on the path to immortality. This was a strange feeling that emerged in Yi Fan's heart. This place was so quiet that it made him feel uneasy. Moreover, the aura was even more astonishing, as if it could steal the essence energy of a great emperor. He glanced at Xiaofeng strangely. This old sage's state was a little special. He was like a puppet, but he seemed to have some intelligence. It was precisely this special aura that allowed him to exist for so long. The stone door opened with a rumbling sound, and celestial mist immediately surged out, revealing a strange world. This caused Yi Fan's eyelids to twitch. When he looked at it, He thought that he had arrived at the end of the path to immortality, the heavenly gate. There was an indistinct celestial realm up ahead. It was within reach, but when one truly stepped in, it felt extremely far. This was something that was produced through great magical force. This place was isolated from the rest of the world. Immortal Tao laws swirled about, pure white immortal energy swirling about. The celestial domain was faintly discernible. A stalk of immortal medicine was casually planted at the side of the road. It was precisely that stalk, 9 wonders. Now, it had already merged into one. It was a meter tall, like a tree, but also like grass. Its entire body was sparkling and flowing, 9 different types of leaves growing on it. Even though it didn't have any fruits, it already bloomed into flowers. Yi Fan stopped, feeling extremely moved. He stared at this stalk of immortal medicine at the side of the road, lost in thought. The reason he was able to have his current accomplishments was inseparable from this medicine. The fragrance of its petals assailed the nostrils, flowing with brilliant colors. The entire stalk was divine and illusory. The mother stalk that had merged into one was countless times more brilliant than before, surrounded by a type of great Tao profound mysteries. Yi Fan suddenly understood. This stalk of immortal medicine produced 9 stalks, and then merged into one. This wasn't done randomly, but rather the Empress deriving some type of great Tao. He walked forward. His mind was shaken, because he saw an enormous dragon nest. Chaotic energy surged, several coffins rising and falling within. Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. After many years passed, Yi Fan thought that they had already disappeared from Big Dipper. He never expected that the Empress would actually move them here. This further proved that she really was a vicious person. After more than 200,000 years, she had always been here, not dying. Now, Yi Fan truly felt that the Empress was unsurpassed. Was she going to compete with Huang in the Heaven and Earth trial? She definitely wasn't inferior by a single point. She continuously rebirthed, burying her past self, storing the coffins in the Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. Just how heaven-defying was this? The Primal Chaos Dragon Nest that was viewed by the 10,000 archaic races to be on par with Purple Mountain, the ancient Emperor Mountain, could actually only serve as her burial ground. A golden true dragon flew about. When it saw Yi Fan, it seemed to be startled, fleeing into the dragon nest like a wisp of smoke. Yi Fan was speechless. This was precisely the true dragon undying medicine that he almost caught back then. It was quiet the entire time, Xia Feng like a ghost, not saying a single word from start to finish. After a while, they arrived at the innermost depths. A simple and ancient bronze palace appeared, standing in the midst of an immortal realm. It was accompanied by clear springs and decorated with wondrous grasses and divine flowers. The ancient palace looked very grand. Seeing the bronze immortal palace again, Yi Fan's heart rose and fell. He thought back to when he had just met Jianghu and entered this palace together. Now that he thought about it, it felt like it was just yesterday. It made his heart ache. At that time, he was still a small cultivator who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Being able to come out alive was truly a miracle. However, he could no longer see the person who had entered this place with him. He felt bitter and hurt in his heart. He stood there for a while before putting away his disappointment and following ancient sage Xia Feng into the bronze palace. After passing through several palaces, they arrived at a boundlessly grand palace. It was no longer as dangerous as before, and auspicious energy seeped out. It was very smooth. After arriving here, Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He saw more than 10 desolate slaves and recognized one of them. He was practically stunned. Xiling! Yi Fan cried out hoarsely. He saw a person he never expected to see here. Back then, they set sail from the other side of the starry heavens. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought them to the other side. A total of more than 10 people had crossed the starry heavens. More than 2,000 years had passed, and they had found nearly all the living people except for one person. Back then, they were forced to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land to gather herbs. Wen Zhou-yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling fled. They had barged into the immortal palaces left behind by the ancient heaven. They had stepped into different formations and arrived in different starry heavens. The others had already found Zhang Xiling, but he was still nowhere to be found. Yi Fan never imagined that he would reunite with Zhang Xiling here under such circumstances. When Zhang Xiling heard the sincere call of friendship, he turned around, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded woodenly. How could this be? Yi Fan could never have imagined that Zhang Xiling would fall into the ancient desolate forbidden land and become a desolate slave. After so many years, Zhang Xiling was still young. Time had not left any traces on his body. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Zhang Xiling's condition was very special. Although he was dead, he still had a bit of intelligence. Yi Fan believed that with his methods, he could reverse the situation. He was just afraid that after he returned to the world of the living, Zhang Xiling would immediately be reduced to dust by time. He turned around and looked at the center. He finally saw the Empress. She was sitting cross-legged in front of him. She was so beautiful that it felt unreal. She was otherworldly and indifferent. She was clearly in front of him, but it felt like he was in the celestial world. This was the ruthless great Empress. She was truly a peerless beauty. She looked so beautiful and graceful, but once she turned sharp, even the world would be destroyed. No one could stop her since ancient times. If it were 2,000 years ago, it would be hard to imagine that one day, Yi Fan would be able to meet this legendary great Empress at such a close distance. He did not know if she was still alive. She was filled with legends, and she was the most talented woman since ancient times. She was sitting there, alive and well. Greetings, great Empress, Yi Fan said. At the same time, his heart pounded violently. The great Empress was shrouded in mist. Behind her stood two women. They seemed to be Taoist children. One was the heavenly jade holy maiden, whom he had seen before. The other one caused his emotions to surge up and down. It was actually Li Xiaoman. She had actually become a desolate slave in this world. Yi Fan opened his mouth and felt a wave of bitterness. Back then, he was the one who had personally knocked Li Xiaoman into the abyss. The great Empress opened her eyes. She looked a little dazed, but after a moment, her eyes became clear. She did not say anything. She raised her hand, and a praying mat appeared. It was completely made of Dao Qi. Yi Fan sat down very close to her. He restrained his thoughts. If news of him sitting opposite the ruthless great Empress like this got out, it would definitely shock the world. I'm here to ask the great Empress for guidance. How to live forever. My friends are old. I don't want to watch them wither and pass away. I know. The great Empress is the most talented person since ancient times. I'm here to ask you to teach me. Yi Fan said a lot, but the great Empress did not respond at all. Her expression was calm and indifferent, like a fairy carved from fine jade. After a long time, the bronze immortal palace quieted down. At such a close distance, Yi Fan could clearly sense the other party's strength and unfathomable depths. That's right. The bloody immortal character in the depths of the bronze palace was left behind by the great Empress after something went wrong during her metamorphosis. Although her body exploded, her essence spirit did not die. At this moment, Yi Fan thought of many things. Back then, the great Empress had an accident during her metamorphosis, and her body had disintegrated. That hole should have been left behind by her. Suddenly, the great Empress pointed at the desolate slaves. Yi Fan was stunned. Then he suddenly understood. Giving his friends eternal life like this? They would rather die than agree. The path to immortality and the method to live forever. Is there really no such thing? Yi Fan felt sad. If there was a way, why would the great Empress turn these people into desolate slaves? Only such a strange state could allow them to live forever with the world. Yi Fan sighed. In this world, there was really no one who could be immortal. Even the great Empress herself had nearly died during her metamorphosis. How can one not die? How can one live forever? Is the path to immortality a lie? Asked Yi Fan. He was not doing this for himself. He really did not want his friends to die one after another. The path that every generation has taken to become immortal is the path to immortality. The great Empress finally spoke. Her voice was like the sounds of nature. However, when she heard it, it was like thunder in Yi Fan's ears. His body trembled, and then his entire body turned cold. Chapter 1787. The path that generations of immortals walked was the path of immortality. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. This sentence made him think of many things. Was this the great Empress's definition and understanding of immortality? If she understood it this way, where did Jianghu and Little Z go? What kind of place did they enter? Yi Fan clenched his fists, feeling cold all over. He couldn't speak for a long time and just sat there, unable to move. He only calmed down after a long time. He felt that he might have been overthinking. The great empress had only said one sentence and it might not have meant that. Yi Fan asked for guidance again, but the great empress ignored him. She was like a jade statue, beautiful and lustrous. She didn't speak anymore and treated her words like gold. The bronze immortal palace was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The outside world, however, was in an uproar. The eastern barren territory was shaking and the universe was in chaos. The meeting of the two giants affected everyone's nerves. It's hard to imagine that the divine physique has reached this step. He can enter the abyss to talk to that person. That's the great emperor. As someone from the same era as Yi Fan, when he looked back, he felt that it was unreal. What did the great emperor mean? There were too many legends since ancient times. Who could compare? He was unreachable in the hearts of the people. Who was the great emperor? He was even stronger than the people of the mythological era and suppressed the gods. Some people were sighing. Yi Fan used to be at the same starting line as them, but now he was far ahead of them. He could sit face to face with the great emperor and talk. At this moment, everyone was feeling complicated. This was especially so for those who had competed with Yi Fan before. Their eyes were filled with confusion. It was their fortune to be able to live in the same era as such a person because they had witnessed a legend. It was also their misfortune. The stars were bright, but who could compete with them? Under their brilliance, all the other stars dimmed. Are there immortals? Under the abyss, Yi Fan's eyes were clear and he finally asked this fundamental question. Yes. Towards this question, the eyes of the Empress finally lit up. She opened her red lips and only said a single word, concise and to the point. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. It was as if a flame had been ignited in his sea of consciousness. It was like a celestial lamp illuminating the road ahead, dispersing the fog and making his gaze firm. He stood up and performed a great bow. It was just a single word, but for him, it was worth more than 100 ancient scriptures. The great Emperor Vicious had broken through the fabrications and pointed out a path for him. Immortals really did exist. This answer was like a lighthouse that flickered with radiance throughout the ages. The significance of this answer was profound and significant, and it strengthened his heart and Tao. If it was anyone else, it would only be a guess. Even if they said that there was an immortal, it would not be convincing. Only merciless great emperor's words could have such great influence. Yi Fan sat there quietly for a long time and didn't speak anymore. He was thinking hard. He knew that the empress didn't want to talk too much. Some things could only be comprehended by oneself. The bronze immortal palace was silent, but the outside world was in an uproar. Experts from all over the universe were alarmed. Zhang Byron, Dao Yi, and the others all came and stood outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. No one knew why it was like this. Almost everyone rushed here at the same time. They felt that the meeting between Yi Fan and the ruler of the forbidden area, who was suspected to be merciless great emperor, would definitely have far-reaching effects. In the end, the emperor, Yin Tianda, the divine silkworm Taoist, and all the other experts had all arrived. They had a premonition that a great change was about to occur, and everyone wanted to understand it. The Big Dipper was stirred up again. Why didn't the great emperor enter the immortal domain? This was another question that Yi Fan asked. It was a probing question, carrying a trace of apprehension that he had only felt after becoming a matchless expert. The Empress' expression was calm, and there was not a trace of fluctuation on her beautiful face. Her eyes were as clear as water as she stared at Yi Fan. This was the first time she looked at him so carefully, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Yi Fan suddenly calmed down and let go of everything. He looked at her face to face, and the bronze palace was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan saw some scenes in those clear eyes that made his heart tremble. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown into the lake of his heart. There was a little girl whose clothes were patched and tattered. Her face was dirty, and only her big eyes were like black gemstones, making people feel pity for her. They had no parents and only a youth to rely on for survival. Even though they were poor, they were very happy, and they smiled every day. The devil mask was their only toy. They didn't have any extravagant jewelry. In order to make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very crude, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, the youth was discovered to be a genius and was forcefully taken away. In the end, he was even brought to the five-colored altar. The little girl cried loudly and ran away in her tattered little shoes. She begged bitterly, and the group finally agreed to let her see him off. In front of the five-colored altar. Farewell. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring, leaving the little girl crying and falling to the ground alone. Her little hands were full of blood. Later on, a great emperor rose up and shook the ages. She didn't have talent and couldn't cultivate, but she defied the heaven and earth and became a celestial emperor. Her glory surpassed the past and present, and she became a legend. Yi Fan sighed and looked at the empress in front of him. In his heart, another figure appeared and overlapped with the empress. Tattered little clothes, and even her little shoes had holes in her toes. When she was scolded, she lowered her head and retreated timidly. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she left alone with grievances. Her little back was very pitiful and lonely. Little girl. Yi Fan couldn't help but call out. At this moment, the empress's eyes were no longer clear, but deep and flowing with nine-colored immortal light that penetrated Yi Fan's body, including his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan didn't resist. He always felt that he had taken away too many things from the empress. The 9 wonders medicinal fruit, the myriad qi, the immortal treasure map. If she wanted to make a move, then let her. He called out like that, but the empress was as calm as water and didn't respond. The 9-colored immortal light flowed and finally disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze, not knowing what she was doing. At this moment, the empress's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, unfathomable. At this moment, Yi Fan was sure that little girl was also the empress. Was she the Tao fruit that the ancient supreme spoke of? But he thought that it was the empress's happy and satisfied childhood. Although she was poor, she had no worries. She had always been in the world of mortals. The elites, even the peerless geniuses, couldn't become emperors because of their obsession, let alone immortals. However, the merciless emperor rose because of his obsession and achieved the peerless body of an emperor. His glory shone through the ages, and no one could rival him. There was no sound in the bronze immortal palace. The empress was like a suet jade statue again. She didn't move, and her eyes were like the sea and the abyss. No matter what Yi Fan asked, she didn't open her mouth again. In the end, Yi Fan stood up and bowed to her. Apart from relatives, perhaps only the empress could bear this. After walking out of this palace, he could look down on the heavens. When he reached the door of the bronze palace, Yi Fan stopped and said, "The life of the great emperor makes people sigh. This kind of life after life, what are you going to do? Wait for your return." Contrary to his expectations, the empress spoke again before she left, and this time she said such a sentence. Yi Fan's body trembled and froze on the spot. He remembered that in the blurry image he saw just now, the youth was no different from him. After standing there for a long time, Yi Fan's heart calmed down. He knew that the person the merciless emperor was waiting for was not him. That you was only one person, and it was that youth. As a great emperor. He thought for a moment and saw through the truth. It was right to say that the merciless emperor was waiting for him to reach the peak of his glory to see if they could reflect the same flower soul. How strong of an obsession was this? After thinking deeply, Yi Fan's heart moved again. The empress's gaze was too deep. What she wanted to see, was also related to the extreme secrets of immortality. Not for immortality, but to wait for her return in this world of mortals. Yi Fan turned around and left in large strides. He leapt into the ancient abyss and walked out of this forbidden area. There were many people waiting there. Everyone felt that a great change was about to happen. However, when Yi Fan came out, although they felt that he was different, nothing special happened. Everyone was startled. After this experience, Yi Fan's temperament was different. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm, as if he wanted to see through the past and present. "Brother Yi, did you gain anything?" Hualin also came. After not seeing her for many years, she was even more elegant than before. Her figure was slender and extremely beautiful. Immortal. Yi Fan only said this word without hiding anything. However, everyone felt a wave of suspicion when they heard this. They looked at each other in dismay. Everyone was gathered here and had a premonition, but they didn't expect it to be this one-word answer. Many people didn't understand, But Yi Fan didn't explain anything. Outside the ancient forbidden area, Komatsu led the little girl. The little girl's pure and flawless eyes were filled with happiness. Seeing him return safely, she waved at him with a faint smile. Yi Fan walked over and picked her up. He placed her on his shoulder and left with Komatsu in large strides. The true experts watched quietly and didn't say anything else. In the distance, a few small cultivators revealed strange expressions. Was there still someone in this world who could sit on the shoulder of a great emperor? Perhaps it was only the relatives by his side. Master, did you gain anything? Komatsu asked when they arrived outside this region. Yi Fan sighed. His eyes dimmed. He had a great harvest. There was a divine lamp lit up in front of him, and he was unprecedentedly firm and confident. However, this path was too difficult and needed time. Could those people who were about to die of old age afford to wait? The demonic old man doesn't have much time left. I feel like he will pass away in meditation within a few hundred years, Komatsu said in a soft voice. If I forcefully take action, will they be angry? Yi Fan asked softly. After this day, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain. There were no distracting thoughts in his heart, only thinking about longevity and immortality. The Emperor's path was the final point. All supreme beings since the ancient times had reached this point. The path had already reached its end. There was no other path ahead. If there is no path, then we'll just step on a new one and continue it ourselves. Yi Fan knew that this was very difficult. There were so many heroes since the ancient times. The celestial being of the legendary era, the archaic emperor, and the great emperor of the ancient era all seemed to have failed. He was very strong, but could he defeat everyone? However, if he didn't do this, what else could he do? That almost illusory path of ascension needed another 1,000,000 years. In this world, apart from relying on himself, what else could he do? Chapter 1788. This was an extremely resplendent era. An unprecedented flourishing era. There really were too many heroes. The accumulation of endless generations erupted in this era, the brilliance leaving everyone sighing in admiration. In this era, bloodlines appeared one after another, and geniuses rose up one after another. If this happened in his world, it would definitely be a great shock. However, in this era, the stars shone resplendently. Everyone had seen too much. Even the children of restricted regions were killed one after another, and even the children of ancient emperors couldn't escape. Everyone became numb. I was fortunate enough to be born in this era, witnessing the extreme brilliance. Even the great emperors of the present age were defeated. Experiencing this type of era truly makes one excited. I was unfortunate enough to be born in this era, encountering too many geniuses. Even someone as strong as me has faded into the crowd. What kind of sorrow is this? If I was in another world, I would be unrivaled under the heavens. These were two different sides, representing two completely different types of people. It was enough to explain everything. Time passed quickly, and several hundred years had already passed. Yi Fan was already 2,700 years old. In his long life, this wasn't much. This period of time wasn't long, but many generations of people had changed in this world. During this period of time, many things happened. In the past, the word immortal from Yi Fan made many people's hearts flutter. In the end, there were supreme experts who couldn't hold themselves back. Relying on their strength, they imitated him and entered the ancient desolate forbidden land, seeking an audience with the Empress. However, they didn't receive a reply. They took the initiative to jump into the abyss, wanting to pay their respects. In the end, a sparkling jade palm slapped out, blasting that supreme expert into a bloody mist. Quasi-Emperor, someone from the 9th layer of heaven, yet he couldn't even take a single blow. The people of the world were shaken. From then on, even those who were stronger than him didn't dare to come and seek an audience. The ancient desolate forbidden land recovered its peace, and no one disturbed them. Everyone knew that there was only one Yi Fan in this world. He was unique, and not everyone could have an audience with the great emperor. Ah! A loud roar sounded. In the depths of the cosmos, a white-haired elder rushed into the sky. During this process, he continuously transformed, from an old man to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. His 5 great secret realms were all shining, and within each secret realm was a miniature version of himself. They sat cross-legged, their eyes wide open, and beams of light rushed into the heavens. He was an old madman who wanted to forcefully achieve the Tao. Boundless lightning tribulations struck down. The resplendent sea of lightning drowned him. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation. He didn't have much time left. He refined his spirit, refined his void, and refined his Tao. He had to accumulate the last of his essence blood for this final battle. If one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would be 10 to 20,000 years. If one failed, one would turn to dust, leaving nothing behind. Master, will Grandpa Feng succeed? Xianxia asked. Yi Fan remained silent. There was someone who became a martial emperor first, and it was very difficult for those of the same generation to overcome this curse. Since ancient times, no one could break this curse. Monkey, Mountain Phoenix, Longma, Pang Bo, Black Emperor, and many others came to watch quietly. Countless great tribulations flashed past, and in the end, the heavens collapsed. 10,000 Tao crushed down together, blasting towards the old madman. A single suppression, 10,000 Tao resonated. This was simply irreversible. Yi Fan's expression changed. Many people in this life had tried to defy the heavens and become a martial emperor, but none of them were like the crazy old man who suffered such a severe backlash. It was all because he tossed aside everything. If he didn't achieve the Tao, then he would turn to ashes. He was too domineering. Yi Fan took action, standing at the center of the battlefield. He used a supreme secret technique to take on the tribulation in the old madman's place. This was a forbidden secret technique, and all of the lightning radiance was drawn over. This was extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than the original tribulation. Yi Fan endured it all, taking on the unimaginable backlash in the old madman's place. Even someone as powerful as him was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely horrifying. Yi Fan could only do this because the old madman was truly too old. He was no longer the same as before, when his blood energy was still flourishing and he could roam the world unhindered. Now, the old madman was truly old, already more than 9,000 years old. If I can't die on the battlefield, then let me fall on the martial emperor's path. This can be considered the best ending, said the old madman. How could Yi Fan agree? Gai Jiuyo had left, the white-clothed divine king had left. In the past, he was powerless, but now, he had already dominated the world. He definitely wouldn't watch the old man pass away like this. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Yi Fan suffered the suppression of 10,000 Tao. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, but he forcibly withstood it and endured it. After this tribulation, Yi Fan felt that time was running out. The lifespan of the people around him didn't have much left. And this time, the heavenly punishment also shook the universe. Many heroes coexisted in this world, and they were all working hard to walk their own paths. They were all greatly moved. Someone is challenging Master again? I'll go this time, said Yi Tong. During these several hundred years, a few people came one after another. There were peerless experts, and there were also those who weren't that outstanding. The one with the weakest cultivation had just become a divine king, but Yi Fan only accepted this person's challenge. The others were handed over to his disciples. The reason was because he cherished talent. That person wasn't bad. Yi Fan's hand pressed down, feeling his will and Tao. He restrained his aura and flicked him away with a smile, bestowing him with a passage of scriptures. Not long after, Yi Tong walked in with a strange expression and said, "Master, you should go and fight this yourself." Dao Yi had come and wanted to challenge Yi Fan. This person had done Yi Fan a favor. During the dark age of turmoil, he had lent the Tao evolution divine robe to him to protect his life. In the end, the arch armor had collapsed. All these years, Yi Fan had been searching for the fragments of the arch armor, hoping to repair it and return it to Dao Yi. Unfortunately, he had failed. He stood up and walked out with a bitter smile. Why did this person come? During the chaos in the Forbidden Zone, Dao Yi had also helped him. Speaking of which, in these several hundred years, the Golden Crow the Arch had received even more challenges, even more frequently than Yi Fan. Batch after batch of experts went to challenge him and engage in great battles. If not for Yi Fan restraining him, Xianxia would have run over to join in the fun. It could be said that the Golden Crow the Arch could not bear to be disturbed. All these years, the Huasong planet had not been peaceful. Perhaps it was because Yi Fan had once defeated him and set an example for others. Brother Yi, there is no need to feel troubled. I am here purely to exchange pointers. If you want to fight, just fight. There is no need to worry, Dao Yi said with a smile. All right. Yi Fan nodded. He knew that it was very difficult to improve at this level of cultivation. Some people hoped to gain something from this peerless battle. In the mythical battlefield, a great battle unfolded. The aura was vast and mighty, causing the surroundings to tremble. Dao Yi had achieved the Dao in a different way. He had truly succeeded. Even Yi Fan was shocked and had no choice but to treat him seriously. This battle had a great impact. Experts from all over the world rushed over. Flames illuminated the sky and divine laws were matchless. The universe trembled and the world shook. This battle was incomparably intense, dazzling everyone who saw it. In the end, Dao Yi was defeated. Yi Fan stopped at the right time and used his own blood essence to heal Dao Yi's Dao injuries. He also evolved a part of the Dao laws to help Dao Yi comprehend the Dao. In the end, I was defeated. Dao Yi sighed. You were defeated by the shackles of this world, Yi Fan said. But you were not restricted, Dao Yi said. After a while, I will invite Brother Dao Yi to try to defy the heavens together, Yi Fan said. This battle had a great impact. It opened the prelude to a great battle. After that, many people began to challenge Yi Fan, wanting to fight with him. The Golden Crow the Arch finally let out a long sigh. He didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel sad. 100 years later, in the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was even stronger. Above his head, tens of thousands of Daos wailed. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everywhere in the universe felt an indescribable aura. They couldn't help but tremble. Was someone going to become the Arch? He hadn't even passed the tribulation, but there was already an indescribable aura enveloping the entire universe, causing the starry seas to tremble. It's from the celestial court. It must be the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Is he going to defy the heavens? In an era with the suppression of thearchs, he can actually reach this step. Is he really going to defy the Dao and become a consummate the Arch? People simply couldn't believe all of this. The Arch, Zhang Byron, and Tai Chu were all alarmed. They woke up from their seclusion and opened their eyes. Brilliant light beams pierced through the sky. Master, did you really do it? You can defy the suppression of the world's Daos and truly become the Arch? Yi Tong was incomparably shocked. Yi Fan nodded, but his expression was very solemn. At this moment, Komatsu and Xianxia also rushed over. Then, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. On the Huasong planet, the Golden Crow Thearch's expression changed. He felt an indescribable aura that made his heart palpitate. His Daos and heavenly heart, which had fused together, were actually trembling at this moment. He simply couldn't believe that someone was going to become the Arch and coexist with him in this world. This had never happened before since ancient times. In the end, all the supreme experts knew that Yi Fan was going to defy the heavens and create an unprecedented miracle. He was going to become the Arch. The light of the great heavenly tribulation flickered and rumbled. As expected of the strongest Saint Physique in history. He's special. Everywhere was in an uproar. However, the celestial court was strangely quiet because Yi Fan said something that shocked everyone. Master, you're saying that, if we all transcend the tribulation together and become thearchs, you will tear apart the shackles of the world for us? That's right. Yi Fan nodded with a solemn expression. This was the result of his many years of deduction. He had already reached the critical point and was going to defy the heavens and shatter the suppression of the world's Daos. Then, he would lead the few of them to transcend the tribulation together. At this moment, Yi Fan used his divine will to tear apart the universe. He summoned Dowie, the monkey, and also asked people to invite the old madman and the human demon. The two old men lacked blood energy and should have died in meditation. However, they were forcefully cleansed by Yi Fan with his own essence blood. Thus they were still there, but they spent most of their time in seclusion. No one expected Yi Fan to be so crazy and bold. He was simply too strong. This is too dangerous. Master, it's not a problem for you to transcend the tribulation alone, but if you do it for us, there will most likely be big problems. Komatsu and Yi Tong deduced together and came to the conclusion that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Fan's body and soul could be destroyed at any time. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. I also have a way to protect myself, said Yi Fan. Time was of the essence. This was the first attack on the path to immortality, as well as the first step. Yi Fan hoped that he could succeed. Dowie, the monkey, Jiang Tingting, the human demon, and the old madman came. After learning of Yi Fan's plan, they were all shocked. There's not much time, let's begin, said Yi Fan. Boundless lightning flashed in the sky and was about to strike down. Very well, then let's take the risk and create an unprecedented legend. In the end, everyone agreed. How many risks could there be in life? Several emperors coexisted, appearing at the same time. If they succeeded, it would create a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. The path to immortality begins with this first step, Yi Fan said in his heart. Then, they disappeared from the celestial court. The group rushed to the desolate border of the universe and began to transcend an unprecedented great tribulation. Chapter 1789. Wait for me to break through the 10,000 Dao, and then you all can enter to face tribulation. This was Yi Fan's great roar. He then rushed into the lightning. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was unknown just how vast the sky dome was turned into stellar ruins, the sea of lightning boundless. Divine laws were thrown into chaos, destroying all life. Yi Fan was going to lead a group of people to become emperors. This was unprecedented, rarely seen since ancient times. This matter truly left the world shocked. There had never been something like this before. This was a great emperor. How many people could achieve this since the ancient times? Now, there were actually so many who were going to break through together. When everyone heard this news, they could only stare with their tongues tied, speechless. This was just too inconceivable, a bit frightening. Those were great emperors, not some grass on the side of the road. It shouldn't be possible for a single one to appear in tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. The current situation was definitely not normal, too sinister. The aura in the cosmos was suffocating. Even though there was endless distance between them, everyone could still sense it. It was as if a million great mountains were crushing down on their minds. The desolate borders of the cosmos had countless death stars. At this time, they all turned into dust. Under the world-destroying lightning tribulation, there wasn't anything that couldn't be blasted through. Primal chaos surged, the scene of heaven and earth being opened appearing. Everyone discovered with shock that not only were there Kuan Pang, Swan and I, Soaring Snake, and others in the Sea of Lightning, there were also undying medicines rising and falling. This left everyone shocked. What was different was that those undying medicines were different from before. Right now, they were incomparably terrifying, releasing the aura of immortal Tao natural laws, displaying tremendous divine might. Behind every single stalk of undying medicine was a face, both male and female, shocking the mortal realm. They were too powerful, that type of natural laws impossible to contend against. Of course, this was something only people like Zhang Byron, Absolute Beginning, and the Emperor could see. They revealed looks of surprise, silently watching from the distance. In the Sea of Lightning, Yi Fan's power broke through the heavens, currently at the center. Divine radiance, lightning radiance, natural laws, and others all rushed at him, boundless and boundless. Stellar rivers exploded, the cosmos opening up once more. This type of scene was too terrifying, the destructive power incomparable. Even if ancient great emperors revived, they would still be shocked. These heavenly punishments were too powerful, able to hack supreme beings to death. Yi Fan's entire body shone. The myriad qi cauldron above his head floated up and down, advancing and retreating together with him. He continuously charged towards the sky, wanting to shatter the heart of the sky and tear apart the suppression of the myriad Tao. On Huasong planet, the golden crow thearch's eyes flickered, and his expression kept changing. Finally, he sighed. This is unprecedented. All the experts of the golden crow race were trembling with fear. After so many years, they had already given up on the thought of revenge. Even though their race had produced a supreme demon ruler, he was defeated by the most powerful saint physique in history. Is he really going to defy the heavens? He actually wants to become an emperor together with his friends. This kind of method has never been seen before since ancient times. Who would dare to be so arrogant when becoming an emperor? Across the universe, some peerless experts sighed. This is too unbelievable. His strength is beyond imagination. He's even more powerful than father back then. Hualin spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance, and her beautiful blue hair danced in the wind. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beauty shocked the world. At her side, the fire Qilin also revealed an unprecedented serious expression. He was like a dragon leopard, his body slender and strong, his gaze sharp like a blade as he stared into the depths of the cosmos. Is he really going to defy the heavens? In the god's organization, the white-haired sword god revealed a strange expression while carrying a long sword on his back. What a great saint physique! It's really unprecedentedly powerful. In the Tao Palace, the woodcutter old man sighed. Are we also preparing to undergo the tribulation? He has also informed us. Even though it's very rushed, it's not too late, the yellow-toothed old man said with a strange light in his eyes. At this moment, all the peerless experts in the universe were shocked. Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and the others were silent. This kind of strength was really beyond their expectations. Boom! In the Sea of Thunder, Yi Fan resisted. One after another, the immortal medicine unexpectedly became the most terrifying killing tribulation. Behind each medicine was a human face that emitted an ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for countless eras. As expected, the immortal medicine hides the greatest secret of the universe. No wonder even the Arch wants to raise one to study, Yi Fan said softly. Even though he was in the midst of a great tribulation, he couldn't help but be shocked. As he pondered, he did his best to resist the heavenly punishment. All the thunder and lightning interweaved. Even the vermilion bird, Chi Dragon, and primal chaos god Shadow couldn't truly injure him. Only the human faces behind the immortal medicine were monstrously terrifying, like immortals descending to the mortal world. Is this the highest level of heavenly punishment in the Arch Tribulation? The thunder became even more intense. Endless lightning tribulation descended to assist Yi Fan with all its might, wanting to stop him from becoming in the Arch. In the end, the immortal medicine flew up, and the other lights flooded the universe. It was as if they were going to pierce through the past, present, and future. In the boundless sea of thunder, all kinds of palaces and pavilions appeared. 9 layers of immortal tribulation, primal chaos world destruction thunder, immortal spirit killing sea. Too many great tribulations struck at the same time. This scene was too terrifying and couldn't be resolved at all. The Golden Crow the Arch stood on the Huasong Star in incomparable silence. What would have happened if he had encountered these tribulations back then? Kill! In the end, Yi Fan launched a counterattack. His entire body was drenched in blood. After so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries. His body even exploded a few times. He rushed upwards, smashing the heavenly heart imprint and smashing through all obstructions. He was like a demonic god, breaking through a resplendent light path and leaping into the 9 heavens. He wanted to compete with the heavens. At this point, who could injure him? He was already invincible in the world hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, how could he have flattened several great forbidden areas? But now, his body was exploding from time to time, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. His unparalleled physique was about to turn into a bloody mist, and pieces of bone shot out in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron had long since shattered into pieces. They revolved around him and were also reforming. Master, don't force yourself, Xianxia shouted. The monkey, Dao Yi, and the others also clenched their fists. Yi Fan wasn't doing this for himself. He was mainly attacking the heavenly heart imprint, resisting the myriad Daos, and fighting against all the Dao laws since ancient times. This was truly heaven-defying. He wanted to shatter all the great Daos of the universe, penetrate the laws of the universe, and break through the shackles so that they could seize the opportunity to attain the Dao. On the Huasong planet, the Golden Crow Thearch's face was pale. His body was trembling, and his Dao was wailing. He was actually trembling involuntarily, unsure of what was going to happen. If he breaks through the heavens and suppresses all Daos, will the imprint that I have fused with the universe be shattered? Will I no longer be the Arch of the present age? The Golden Crow Thearch's face was snow-white, and he revealed a look of horror. Ah! Yi Fan roared. He had narrowly escaped death, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't know how many times his bones had been crushed. He wasn't fighting for his own attainment of the Dao. Instead, he was suppressing all Daos, clearing the sky filled with Dao laws, and giving Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the others a chance to transcend the tribulation and become thearchs. After so many years, he finally felt this kind of pain again. He was constantly facing the threat of death, and the entire sky was dyed with his blood. Master, don't be like this. You can transcend the tribulation yourself in peace. Komatsu shouted. His pure large eyes were already filled with anxiety. Yifan, don't do this. We appreciate your kind intentions. The monkey shouted. Now that things have come to this, becoming in the arch isn't that important anymore. We just want to be able to sit with you and drink a cup of wine when we grow old. That way we can preserve our lives. Dao Yi transmitted sound. The old lunatic, the human demon, and the others also roared angrily, telling Yifan to stop this kind of heaven-defying action and not risk his life for them. Yi Tong and Jiang Tingting even more so produced yin and yang energies, turning them into primal chaos. They wanted to guide Yifan back and not fight like this. They didn't want him to die. Pooh! Yifan exploded once again, and his body was blasted into pieces. Just like his cauldron, he was being tempered over and over again. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes became even more intimidating. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom! He had already blasted apart the heaven's core imprint, piercing through the 10,000 Dao and striking out a bright world. At this moment, the entire cosmos was shocked. They suddenly couldn't feel the great Dao anymore. Yes, all of the Dao marks seemed to have disappeared. The cosmos seemed to have been crippled. At this moment, everyone's hearts felt empty. This included the Golden Crow Great Emperor. He was shocked, and his entire body was contorting. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white, losing color. With a trembling voice he said, I am going to fall from the arch realm? He naturally couldn't accept this. He rushed towards the heavens, demanding an explanation. However, an even greater heavenly tribulation descended from the distance, making him immediately go rigid. That tribulation was an eternal immortal light. It hacked apart Yifan, turning him into dust. Master! Yifan! Everyone cried out loudly. They clearly saw that behind those undying immortal medicines, human faces appeared one after another. They each spat out a streak of light that turned into a tribulation, destroying Yifan. I've already reached this step. No one can stop me. An angry roar sounded from within the ashes. Yifan's blood and bones reformed in the void, appearing once again. Moreover, that cauldron also borrowed the lightning radiance to reconstruct itself, suspending above his head. I've already opened up the great Dao once, making the 10,000 Dao scatter. This path is feasible. My deductions are correct. Wait for me. Yifan was fighting with everything he had. However, after a short period of emptiness, the 10,000 Dao erupted, becoming even more terrifying. They suppressed over together, causing heaven and earth to explode. Even those who achieved the Dao through other means felt fear. Yifan was like a butterfly in a storm, rushing towards the heavens again and again. However, the great rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, striking him down again and again. He was even smashed to pieces, his blood splashing across the sky. However, he continued to resist, unyielding, continuously rushing towards the heavens. Enough! Don't try to be brave anymore. If you continue to delay, you'll even waste your chance to become an emperor. There's no need to be like this. We appreciate your kind intentions, but don't risk your life like this. You have to be responsible for the celestial court. A roar sounded from below, telling Yifan to stop his suicidal actions. Ah! Yifan roared angrily, not willing to stop. The path to immortality was long, and this was only the first step. He didn't want to give up, and he continued to charge forward. Kill! He roared with his most powerful voice, disregarding the price, rushing upwards. His entire body shone, and even his primordial spirit began to burn. He shattered the 10,000 Dao, causing heaven and earth to calm down. Now is the time. I'll stand guard while you all go through the tribulation. Yifan's voice was calm, but it shook the great cosmos. He smashed out with fist after fist, resisting the 10,000 Dao, scattering them so that they couldn't reform, allowing Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the others to go through the tribulation together. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't hesitate. They chose to believe him, because Yifan was using his life to buy time for them. They all began to prepare for the tribulation. How is this possible? He really did it. No, I think that after today, there might not be any more divine bodies in this world. How could a human do this? Who could make so many people go through the tribulation together? Chapter 1790. The monkey, the Dao Yi, the human demon, the old lunatic, and the others were all worried for Yi Fan, but they did not stop. This was an opportunity Yi Fan had exchanged with his life, so they could not waste it or hesitate. Hong Long Glong. Everyone scattered and began to face the tribulation. They wanted to use this opportunity to break into the highest realm their bodies could reach. Lightning radiance flickered and heaven and earth erupted. The group of people all displayed the most powerful methods they had in their lives, opening up their body's treasury in hopes of becoming a great emperor. They had already scattered to different star systems, each preparing to face their own great tribulation. Immortal light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks. It was incomparably terrifying. The entire world was shocked. No one had ever thought that this kind of scene would appear, but it really did happen. Several people faced the great emperor tribulation together. It was simply like a legend. The divine body is truly heaven-defying. How can he be so terrifying? It's too terrifying. All cultivators were shocked. Many people were trembling. This kind of aura was unbearable. This was the most inconceivable miracle in this world. Immortal light exploded. That was Yi Tong's tribulation. Blazing heat surrounded the great cosmos. He was surrounded by endless flames and a sea of lightning surged. Great immortal light splashed in all directions, surging violently. That was Jiang Tingting standing in the cosmos like a peerless empress. She drew upon the power of the great cosmos to resist the greatest tribulation of her life. 5-element divine light rushed into the heavens, blasting the sea of lightning full of holes. The old lunatic was facing the tribulation. A miniature version of himself sat in each of the 5 great secret realms to resist the great emperor tribulation, shattering heaven and earth. An immortal iron rod tore through the sky, severing the ancient sky. The monkey attacked the 9 heavens above, killing the 9 hells below. He was unrivaled and his power was incomparable. The sea of lightning collapsed. Xianxia, the human demon, and the others were all doing their best to face the tribulation, hoping to succeed. They could not disappoint Yi Fan's intention of risking his life to open up this world. In the outside world, everyone's souls were trembling. This was simply unimaginable. Even their hearts were pounding. Divine laws flickered and lightning radiance erupted. The desolate edge of the cosmos became stellar ruins, a land of destruction. Who could have imagined that several people would become emperors? Lightning radiance was endless. It was just too terrifying. Even though they were not together and were not connected, the aura was still vast and mighty. It shocked every place, as if several seas had burst their dikes at the same time. How could this be? Holy body, is he still human? This is too shocking. This type of inconceivable thing happened, something that had only happened once since the ancient times. No one had ever done something like this before. The cultivators could only sigh in shock. Boom. Yi Fan was in an extremely difficult situation. His blood dyed the cosmos red as he did everything he could to resist. He punched the heavens again and again. Divine laws burst forth, rushing out from the top of his head and from his flesh to resist the myriad Dao. He used his own strength to resist 10,000 Dao, establishing an undying legend. This was a legend that was so glorious it made one's hair stand on end. However, he really was exhausted. He wasn't like this even when he fought against supreme beings back then, feeling like he might die at any moment. The heavy injuries he suffered were too terrifying. However, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. If he was not a match for Xiao Chen, losing his old friend's chance of becoming a martial emperor was small. What was more frightening was the fact that their lives were in danger. Even though his body exploded, his flesh and blood were still shining. He used divine laws to block the myriad Dao, not allowing them to suppress this part of the universe and buy time for everyone. If you succeed, what am I? The golden crow the arch stared at him expressionlessly. However, he couldn't get close. Even Yi Fan was dying, so if he went over, he would definitely suffer a disaster as well. He definitely couldn't hold on. Yi Fan firmly believed that even if the supreme beings in the restricted regions learned that he was in danger, they still wouldn't dare come over. As long as they entered, They would suffer the attacks of 10,000 Dao. Everything he endured would be experienced by them. Wu, he really is powerful. The reputation of the #1 holy body in history is not in vain. Now, I truly believe that he might become someone like Heavenly Emperor Huang. What are we still waiting for? Since the opportunity is before us, we should also cross tribulation and strive to become martial emperors. Yi Fan blasted apart the 10,000 Dao, making the great cosmos suppression completely disappear. This was a chance. The others who had hopes of becoming martial emperors were all moved, also wishing to use this opportunity to break through. Sure enough, a few mysterious auras appeared. There were others who wanted to become martial emperors, resolutely breaking through. This was a glorious flourishing age, a resplendent age. Groups of stars flickered about, heavenly geniuses appearing in large numbers. At this moment, all of this was vividly displayed. Yi Fan defied the heavens, smashing apart the 10,000 Dao, resisting the world's suppression with his own strength. He was going to carve out a world for his friends and disciples, help them achieve the Dao. Right now, many people were borrowing this light, seizing this opportunity, wishing to become unmatched supreme beings. Emperor Tribulation rose, shocking all parts of the cosmos. What a glorious flourishing age, truly the best age, unprecedented. The holy body Yi Fan established a miracle. Correct, if everyone succeeds, then he will become the supreme among emperors. All emperors will have to respect him. It was he who established everything, truly an unmatched divine being. Many people sighed with astonishment. Unfortunately, this had nothing to do with them. Even though Yi Fan blasted apart the 10,000 Dao, there weren't many who had the chance to break through. No matter how glorious the flourishing age was, there was no way everyone could stand at the peak of the quasi-emperor 9 great heavens. Today's opportunity was prepared for unmatched experts. If they truly become martial emperors, who will be weaker than who? When the time comes, we will see who will be the supreme among emperors. Someone said softly, starting to cross tribulation. Everything will be different after becoming martial emperors, able to compete with that person. There were supreme experts who firmly believed that after becoming martial emperors, they would stand in the same domain, and everything would be different. Something's not right. Even though the 10,000 Dao was blasted apart by the holy body Yi Fan, the region with him at the center is the easiest to achieve the Dao. There is still a bit of suppression elsewhere. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. However, that region was already occupied by Yi Fan's disciples and friends. He had long deduced this type of situation, dividing up the regions for them. This left everyone shocked and helpless. No one dared to run over to seize the region, or else Yi Fan might take action, guiding the 10,000 Dao to kill those who didn't follow him. However, not many people would give up. Even though they were far away, making it extremely disadvantageous, they still chose to cross tribulation. It was because they knew that if they missed this opportunity, then they might truly lose this opportunity. A single person becoming a martial emperor was already enough to suppress heaven and earth, resonate with 10,000 Dao. If several martial emperors coexisted, just how terrifying would the suppression be? Just the thought alone was enough to make one tremble. This was especially the case when Yi Fan would definitely become a martial emperor. Right now, only he could support the 10,000 Dao, opening up heaven and earth for his disciples and friends. If he himself achieved the Dao, could it be that he could still go against himself and the natural laws of the universe? That was simply unimaginable. Within the great cosmos, all types of lightning radiance flickered about. Great tribulations erupted from time to time. Everyone did their best to resist. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, but he still persevered. However, his martial emperor's fist was already trembling. His body covered in cracks, already unable to stand steadily. It was extremely strenuous. The path he was about to take, the attacks he suffered were terrifying and incomparable, making one tremble. What made it the most difficult for him to resist were the undying medicines that would appear from time to time. The immortal light that those human faces spat out was unmatched, blasting him apart. His situation was extremely difficult. Time flowed on. Yi Fan's matchless precious body was blasted apart many times, reforming within the bloody mist. He was bombarded by the 10,000 Dao, but he still wasn't willing to relax, continuing with great difficulty. In the end, he was on the verge of collapse. However, Many places in the cosmos erupted with divine light, and the number of people undergoing tribulations increased. They were all doing their best to break through. Master, don't force yourself. If you continue like this, you will walk toward self-destruction. Yi Tong shouted loudly. Master, please stop. Komatsu also said. The monkey, Jiang Tingting, and the others all spoke up. Even though they were undergoing tribulations, they had always been paying attention to Yi Fan. Seeing him struggle on the line between life and death, all of their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. If this continued, Yi Fan would definitely be destroyed, and he would walk towards the end of his life. Yi Fan was silent. The 10,000 Tao revived, and at this time, the laws of the cosmos continuously suppressed him. This path was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and it was truly difficult for him to persevere for a long time. He could open up an emperor's path for himself, but it was difficult for him to support everyone for a long time. I will hold on for a bit longer. If I can't, I will give up. He wasn't willing to give up so easily, and he continued to persevere. Even though his primordial spirit was split into pieces and burned several times, his roar shook the cosmos, blasting back the 10,000 Tao. Time flowed on, but there was still no one who became an emperor. It was because the Great Tribulation needed quite a bit of time, and it was difficult to immediately leap into that domain and reach the consummate level. In the end, Yi Fan roared out angrily. Was the first step of the long life path deduced for everyone already this difficult? If one didn't become an emperor, how could they take the next step and become an immortal? Master, please stop. Komatsu shouted while crying. Stop. The others also shouted loudly, unable to bear to see Yi Fan like this. Yi Fan released a light sigh, nodded and said, All right. After seriously analyzing it, he knew that he had failed this time. It would be difficult for him to blast through the 10,000 Tao. His face became dim, unable to help everyone become emperors, and his own injuries were too severe. Even his primordial spirit was almost extinguished. Ah! Yi Fan released a loud roar, displaying an unmatched secret technique, taking on the tribulation in everyone's place. He gathered everyone's heavenly punishment, and he endured it alone. It was because the 10,000 Tao were about to appear, and at that time, it might be extremely dangerous. He didn't wish for anything to happen to everyone. I will withdraw and no longer obstruct the 10,000 Tao. Those who are undergoing the tribulation, please restrain yourselves and prepare yourselves. Yi Fan transmitted his voice, warning the other supreme experts in the great cosmos. What? Many people's faces turned pale. However, in the end, Yi Fan notified them in time. Many people were very decisive, immediately enduring the tribulation, enduring the pain of having their bodies torn to pieces, intensely resisting. However, they didn't try to become emperors and sever their karma. Even so, the existing heavenly punishment wouldn't disappear and would still strike down. It was just that there wouldn't be an even more dangerous great tribulation afterwards. Yi Fan held on for a while longer for them, but in the end, he was powerless to defy the heavens. He exploded there, allowing the 10,000 Tao to rush over. He gasped for breath in the sea of lightning and reformed his body. In the end, a Tao sound shook the ancient heavens, tearing apart the 10,000 Tao and piercing through the heavens. At this moment, that beam of light became the only thing in the universe. Everyone trembled in fear, and their bodies trembled. It pierced through the heart of the heavens and ascended higher than the heavens. The golden crow Thearka's heart, which had just calmed down, contracted. He let out a long sigh and said, What a great sacred physique. You're really capable. Even so, you still want to create a miracle. At this moment, Yi Fan broke through the shackles and no longer attacked the 10,000 Tao. Instead, he penetrated through them and stood above the 10,000 Tao, trampling all the laws beneath him. He was transcending his own imperial tribulation. The golden crow Thearka's imprint and the 10,000 Tao were below, while he was above them. He didn't merge the imprint with this universe and surpassed the heavens. The aura of the arch was released. However, it was also because of this that the heavenly tribulation he encountered was even more ferocious, shocking the universe. The great tribulation continued, and the immortal medicine appeared. This time, it wasn't faces that appeared, but people walking over one after another. There were otherworldly women and imposing men, all of them like immortals. This was a great battle. Yi Fan exerted all his strength and risked his life. He stood above the 10,000 Dao and couldn't be seen by the world. He could only feel a terrifying aura spreading out. The golden crow Thearcha's expression changed again and again. He could feel that person transcending the tribulation above his imprint and the 10,000 Dao, standing above them. It's a little similar to my father's aura when he became a war immortal in his later years. The monkey revealed a shocked expression. After an unknown period of time, the world became quiet and the 10,000 Dao stopped trembling. The old golden crow's imprint gathered again and merged with the world once more, slowly reforming. What happened? No one knew. Chapter 1791. The universe shattered and the demon emperor's imprint reassembled. Above it and the myriad Dao, the lightning tribulation had already stopped, and there was a deathly silence. Suddenly, the heaven's core imprint and the myriad Dao split apart. A body fell from the unreachable heavens, covered in blood and broken. Yi Fan. The group of people turned pale with fright and quickly rushed over. There were specks of blood, and Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds. The myriad energy cauldron was also broken, and it followed beside him. Master! Komatsu caught Yi Fan, supporting his dying body. This kind of injury was too serious, and it made them all frown. This was definitely a Dao injury. Upon closer inspection, his body was covered in Dao marks, the mark of suffering the backlash of the myriad Dao. What was even more terrifying was that there were palm imprints and fist holes on his body. The front and back of his body were bright, dripping with blood. His injuries are too serious. Everyone's heart sank. They could guess that it was a Dao injury, but why were there palm imprints and fist holes on his body? Who was it that attacked? It was a bit shocking. Is it really those undying medicines? Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. The most beautiful and neglected things were the most dangerous. What did these things that appeared in the heavenly tribulation foretell? Just now, when Yi Fan stood above the myriad Dao, he even stepped on the heaven's core imprint. They didn't see the true scene of the tribulation and could only hear the thunderous sounds, but they could guess some clues. Master, you have to hold on. Komatsu's eyes were filled with tears. He carried Yi Fan on his back, tore apart the universe, and rushed towards the celestial court. The others also had heavy hearts. They followed along, cautious and vigilant, because they knew that Yi Fan's situation was extremely bad. They carefully guarded him from the side. How could it be like this? What happened in the great tribulation above the myriad Dao? How could Yi Fan be injured like this? Everyone was anxious, afraid that something had happened to him. Yi Fan is too tired. He fought against the myriad Dao for us, and in the end, he dragged his damaged body to cross his unprecedented emperor tribulation. That's why something unexpected happened. Dao Yi sighed. Everyone became silent, all of them feeling uneasy inside, feeling a type of guilt. Yi Fan risked his life to fight against the myriad Dao for them, or else how could he be so exhausted? How could he be injured like this under his own great calamity? Those finger imprints, those fist holes. They were all Dao injuries, the most difficult to treat. Many people who suffered injuries like this were destined to be crippled. Dao injuries. Just the mention of them would cause one's expression to change. What they feared the most was its appearance. Everyone could still remember that when Yi Fan was still a small cultivator, he had suffered such injuries and was on the verge of death. He only managed to escape with his life after entering the ancient desolate forbidden grounds to pick herbs. Yi Fan's body was in tatters and blood flowed all the way. He returned to the celestial court on the verge of death and was carried into the undying mountain by Komatsu. This news shocked the universe. What? This is the result? Everywhere in the universe, the experts were dumbfounded and looked at each other. The powerful saint physique of Yi Fan was so heaven-defying, but the final result was that he might die. This is too much of a pity. Many people sighed. This type of ending was truly regrettable. He should have established a miracle and walked towards the peak of glory, yet in the end, he met such a miserable end. Everyone knew how troublesome it was to receive this type of Dao injury during the Emperor Ascension tribulation. It was extremely difficult to treat. This meant that Yi Fan was most likely crippled and might even die. He is too arrogant. Not only does he want to become an emperor, he even wants his disciple and friend to enter that domain. Since ancient times, no one has ever gone this crazy. Indeed, if not for this, how could he have ended up like this? Even if he became an emperor himself, he could still be considered to have established a grand event that has never happened since ancient times. He achieved the Tao under the pressure of a present-age great emperor. How amazing is this? Yet he is still not satisfied and wants to do this. The universe was in an uproar. Everything was in chaos. People had already predicted that a great storm would arrive. If the saint physique of Yi Fan was unable to recover from the setback, or even died, then the glorious celestial court might lose its luster. In this era, there were definitely many outstanding people. Tai Chu, Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and other outstanding people all flew through the sky like comets. If they rose up together, could the celestial court that had lost Yi Fan be able to stop them? Of course, the most important thing was that there was still a present-age great emperor. Would he continue to remain silent? Could it be that he would not take back the glory that belonged to him? The unrivaled Yi Fan had been injured and met with an accident. This would definitely have far-reaching effects. Perhaps the power structure of the universe would undergo great changes. In the following days, the eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court, waiting for the result. Some people laughed heartily, some were indifferent, some were worried, and some were silent. Everyone had different reactions. Of course, no matter what attitude they had, no one would show it. Everyone was waiting. Of course, there were also other voices. Some people were sad and indignant. This time, the tribulation had suffered great losses. Those who had the qualifications to undergo the tribulation and wanted to go against the heavens were all peerless and fierce people. But in the end, they had worked hard for nothing. Many people had almost died from the backlash. In reality, when the Tao returned and attacked, there were indeed people who died. Their bodies were crushed and their primordial spirits turned into ashes. This was originally an extremely serious matter that would have caused a commotion in the universe. But now, it was not as chaotic as imagined. This was because everything had been overshadowed by the incident of Yi Fan's Tao injuries. The eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court. No one paid too much attention to whether others had gained or lost in the tribulation. In these days, the celestial court was gloomy and full of sorrow. Everyone was very quiet. Everyone knew that Yi Fan's Tao injuries were serious. His Tao foundation might have been half destroyed. All the important people and experts gathered in the Undying Mountain. They were all thinking of countermeasures to cure Yi Fan, but in the end, there was no way. This kind of injury was too serious. During this period, Yi Fan had only woken up once. He opened his mouth and then fainted again. His damaged body was dripping with blood. Those finger marks and palm holes had not yet healed. Saint blood flowed out from time to time. There was no way to stop it. His primordial spirit was even dimmer and almost extinguished. How could this be? Xianxia pulled at her hair in pain. She was full of regret. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have let her master pay such a price for them. Master, you must get better. Yi Tong also clenched his fists. Big brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Jiang Tingting's eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat helpless and sad. The monkey, Dowie, and the others walked back and forth. They were all thinking of ways to protect Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The Qilin immortal medicine, Bodhi tree, immortal peach tree, and other things had long been prepared. They wanted Yi Fan to use these immortal medicines to prolong his life. But the only time he woke up, he shook his head and refused. Everyone knew that these medicines were useless against the Tao injuries left behind during the Emperor Ascension tribulation. Perhaps there is only one thing that can save him, said the human demon. What is it? Everyone asked in unison. The 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill, answered the human demon. Everyone was startled. This was something from the legends. How could they see it in this world? It was too difficult to refine it. That's right. Perhaps only the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill can treat Yi Fan's injuries. The crazy old man nodded. I have the incomplete ancient recipe, but the materials required are too demanding, said Dowie. His hometown, the Eternal Star Domain, had the recipe of the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. We have the main ingredient. 1 immortal medicine is enough. It's just that the supplementary ingredients are too difficult to find. The requirements are too great. A great emperor might not be able to gather them even if he saved up for half his life, said the monkey. Let's split up and search for the divine ingredients. We will definitely be able to gather them all. Good. Let's move out immediately. Komatsu, you don't need to go. Protect your master. After everyone made their decision, they quickly moved out. They were all supreme experts and rarely met their match in this universe. They could travel everywhere in an instant. With such a group of people taking action, there was naturally nothing they couldn't do. That day, the universe was shaken. All the experts of the Celestial Court moved out to search for rare treasures. However, these divine ingredients were all extremely rare. No matter how powerful they couldn't gather them all in a few days. Some of these things were even harder to come by in many lifetimes. The only thing that made them rejoice was that back then, they had accumulated many divine items to extract the evolution fluid. Now they could all be put to use. However, this was far from enough. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the Celestial Court were anxious. All the celestial soldiers and generals were sent out to offer rewards to the entire universe. As long as someone was willing to provide any of the required divine ingredients, they would be rewarded with ancient scriptures and supreme secret techniques. Everyone was moved. The entire universe was shaken. Many people took action. Everyone knew that the Celestial Court didn't lack immortal scriptures. Perhaps this was an opportunity. As expected, when someone provided a piece of origin divine stone, they obtained half a Tao scripture. This shocked all the cultivators. The Celestial Court wasn't just joking. They were really willing to pay. From this day forth, a storm was set off in every part of the universe. Many people were searching. No matter what, this was an opportunity to befriend the Celestial Court. Moreover, they could obtain ancient scriptures, so they hoped to grasp this opportunity. The feather origin earth has appeared. That's one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. An astonishing piece of news spread. If this item was found, there would be hope to refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill. This was because this was one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. However, bad news arrived. This item was stolen by someone. The person who first discovered this item was torn to shreds. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. There were broken limbs everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died there. This was targeted. Someone wanted to stop Yi Fan from recovering. They didn't want to give him a chance and ruin this process. The feather origin earth was a divine ingredient that couldn't be missed. The person who came was a peerless expert. He successfully robbed it and disappeared without a trace. Even if we have to turn this world upside down, we have to find him. The monkey roared angrily. The peerless experts of the Celestial Court moved out and searched frantically. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, Gu Lin, Gu Fei, Flower, and the others laid down a great formation. They were prepared to deduce the mysteries of heaven and find out who it was. The universe was greatly shaken. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was coming. Who exactly was it? Right now, there were many suspicious targets. It was possible that some peerless experts who had enmity with Yi Fan didn't want Yi Fan to recover. Is it Yin Tienda? Say, if it's a demon emperor, wouldn't it be even more troublesome and terrifying? The cosmos was in great chaos. Everyone was guessing. Someone had stolen Yi Fan's life-saving divine ingredient at this critical juncture. This was a great enmity. If they were found, there would be a great battle like a tempest. The human devil, the old lunatic, Yi Tong, and the others were all surging with killing intent. These people were furious. Moreover, the people of the Celestial Court were also mobilized. They searched the cosmos and wanted to find this person. Just some tricks. Saint Physique, you're finished. Within Undying Mountain, a shadow appeared and silently rushed into the depths. Then, it suddenly erupted and slapped towards the mountain peak where Yi Fan was sleeping. This was the aura of a supreme being. The large black hand immediately covered the mountain peak. It was incomparably terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. This was going to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste and completely destroy him. On the mountain peak, Komatsu was furious. He retaliated with the most powerful method to face that large black hand. However, without a sound, another person appeared on the mountain peak. He was so powerful that it made people tremble. A fist smashed towards the space between Yi Fan's brows in an incomparably tyrannical manner. Master! Komatsu roared. His other hand reached out to face this attack, but he felt incomparably strenuous. He entered a strange forbidden region. He knew that things were bad. His master was in a desperate situation. There's no rush. However, right at this time, Yi Fan sat up. Even though his body was covered in bloodstains, he still revealed a smile towards Komatsu. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. Then, his palm smashed outwards, slapping down on the fist that was about to strike the space between his brows. A blast of bloody mist erupted. That person was shocked and fell backwards. His fist had already been broken. You! The Supreme Being was alarmed. On the stone bed, Yi Fan got up. His calmness and calmness were terrifying. If I wasn't injured, how could you all dare to come? If you all didn't come, how could I search for the absolute beginning in high heavens? I've said before that I will flatten you all in my lifetime. Saint Physique, you motherfucker. Cunning and vicious. To be able to make a Supreme Being erupt with such vulgarities, one could imagine just how angry he was. You even schemed like this when crossing tribulation, your heart is too black. The other person was also resentful, finding it hard to continue speaking. Chapter 1792. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but his expression was incomparably cold, without the slightest bit of warmth. He calmly said, Am I black-hearted? If you all didn't come to kill me, how could things be like this? It was clearly you all who wanted to slaughter, yet you still blame it on me. Don't you find it laughable? The two great Supreme Beings glared at each other, feeling extremely stuffy inside. Right now, the entire cosmos was discussing Yi Fan's injuries, never thinking that everything was fake. However, how many people could tell? That great calamity was something anyone could see with their own eyes. Yi Fan resisted 10,000 Dao, suffering unimaginable injuries. In the end, he exhausted all of his energy to cross his own emperor tribulation, truly entering a dead end. In the end, he ended up with his body destroyed and Dao crippled. This wasn't unexpected, but rather reasonable. It was because anyone who saw that tribulation would think that this was how things should be. He was too arrogant. However, who would have thought that he was actually scheming? Not even the world's most terrifying calamity could cripple him, yet he was used like this, calmly waiting for a great enemy to come knocking. This truly was a bit terrifying. At this time, the two great Supreme Beings both clenched their fists, feeling extremely dissatisfied towards this type of setback and falling into a trap. They truly wanted to kill that person with a single palm. However, they knew that the current divine body Yi Fan couldn't be compared to the past, truly unmatched under the heavens. Even if they fought in their prime, they still wouldn't be able to win. Master, be careful, they have a forbidden artifact on them. Komatsu reminded. Just now, he felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. This wasn't a normal magical artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact's power was extremely great, exceeding normal weapons, but it could only be used a few times. The lifespan of a magical artifact was limited. A forbidden artifact refined by a great emperor was naturally no small matter. They came for the sake of killing Yi Fan, so it was definitely a great killing artifact. At this time, this mountain peak became quiet, isolated from the outside world. This was the effect of this forbidden artifact, trapping Yi Fan, turning this place into a lawless land. Nothing. Yi Fan calmly said, staring at the two great Supreme Beings. The person whose fist had been shattered had a bloody wrist. After regrowing his broken hand, he calmed down and stared at Yi Fan with an incomparably cold gaze. You're pretending to be calm. In reality, you must have suffered serious injuries and won't be able to live. Do you think you can scare us off like this? After releasing that strike with everything you had, do you think you can still take action again? The other Supreme Being also narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. Then you'll know once you try. Yi Fan scoffed coldly, looking like he didn't care. Kill. One person took action. Restricted artifacts shown, descending, about to surround Yi Fan, restrict this place's laws and Dao, wishing to temporarily restrict Yi Fan's cultivation. Boom. However, what made their faces turn snow-white was that Yi Fan's palm reached out, grabbing the forbidden artifact in the sky. With a gotcha sound, it turned into fine powder, making the restrictions on this place collapse. At the same time, Yi Fan moved, fast to a shocking and inconceivable degree. That Supreme Being backed up, but he couldn't compare to Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan reversed the long river of time, immediately arriving, clashing intensely with him. They had just exchanged blows, yet an arm was already torn off, half his body blasted apart. A roar of anger sounded from the heavens above. That person was shocked. The Dao traces on Yi Fan's body, the injuries from the backlash, shouldn't be fake. How could he still be so terrifying? He did everything he could, quickly evading. At the same time, the other person also attacked, immediately igniting his divine flame, rushing to the peak state of his life. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly die, unable to resist the enemy. Komatsu wanted to come over, but Yi Fan waved his hand, having him stand guard at the side. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Fan's body, shocking the human realm. This was the methods of Wuk Great Emperor. Even though his entire body was covered in bloodstains, that type of power, that type of radiance, was incomparable, about to crush heaven and earth. A true Great Emperor. His power above that of the Golden Crow. In every part of the cosmos, supreme experts all sensed this type of aura. They all trembled. Who was this? Soon after, they understood that this was the divine body Yi Fan. How could this be? Wasn't he seriously injured and on the verge of death? Now, he actually turned into Wuk Great Emperor. This is too shocking. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people in the world were stupefied, all of them stupefied. Yi Fan was on the verge of death, yet in the end, it developed into this type of situation. It truly was a bit strange. He is waiting for a supreme being to come knocking on his door. How bold! Someone said with a sigh, finally understanding. I don't believe it. He is definitely injured. Back then, when he fell from the endless Daos, could the bloody holes and Dao wounds on his body be fake? The most obvious point is that I didn't see his imprints merging with the heavenly heart. Wrong, his Dao is different, his true body stepping on the endless Daos, so there is naturally no need for this. He has definitely become an emperor. The aura now has already been confirmed without a doubt. The various parts of the cosmos were greatly shaken. A few supreme experts hurried towards the celestial court, hoping to get to the bottom of this. Sacred body Yi Fan, you. Half of a supreme being's body disappeared, sliced off by Yi Fan's palm, and his weapon was also smashed into scrap metal. His palm and fingers flowed with a golden color, unstoppable. At this moment, the supreme being was terrified. This type of method was something he couldn't compare to even when he was in his prime. Was there really someone comparable to an emperor about to appear? After an intense great battle, not even two supreme beings that had ascended were Yi Fan's opponent. Even though there were traces of blood on his body, he was still calm and unperturbed. A person was covered by Yi Fan's palm, and then he was actually grabbed over. This was a decisive battle to the death. The time they exchanged wasn't short, nor was it long, yet Yi Fan captured someone alive just like that. How could it be like this? That supreme being was stupefied. Even an archaic emperor like him was defeated in such a shameful manner. He was previously unmatched under the heavens, looking down on the world with disdain, shaking the past and present, yet now, he suffered such a great defeat. Even though he returned in his most powerful state, he was still destined to shed blood. Could it be that there really is a heavenly emperor that rose up? He was dazed, unable to accept this reality. He struggled with everything he had. In the end, Yi Fan forcefully grabbed out. His palm was sparkling and resplendent, turning him into a bloody paste. His body exploded, unable to escape. Then, his primordial spirit was captured. The other person felt his blood run cold. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? The divine body Yi Fan was unmatched, and now, killing them was no longer as strenuous as before. This was especially the case with that type of calmness, as well as that type of chilly gaze. It made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but back up in alarm. Yi Fan's entire body shone. Even though there were injuries on his body, ghastly to the eye, as if he was ill, he was still incomparably powerful. He immediately rushed over murderously. I refuse to believe that you aren't injured. The ancient supreme being shouted loudly, frantically attacking, carrying out a great confrontation. Yi Fan's hand streaked across, and then the other party's blood gushed out. This supreme being backed up, staggering about. Both of his hands were covered in blood, revealing a look of horror. However, he discovered that there was also blood flowing out from the corners of Yi Fan's lips. His injured body wasn't fake, giving off a type of sickly feeling. Kill! He attacked crazily, wishing to exhaust Yi Fan to death. What a pity, you all misjudged. Even though I am injured, It isn't that serious. It's enough to kill you all. Yi Fan said softly. With a hong sound, unmatched magical force erupted. Irregular scenes and heavenly emperor fists were released, blasting through all things, blasting through the heavenly domain. An expanse of blood erupted in front of him. Ah! This supreme being released a loud cry. His body was blasted apart, blood flowing out from the space between his brows, flying outwards. He couldn't stop Yi Fan's domineering attacks, about to die. In the end, Yi Fan's large hand reached down, also crushing him, only leaving behind a primordial spirit. He was going to find origin ancient mine and high heavens from their sea of consciousness, and then head over to wipe them out. Divine body became an emperor. This was like a tsunami, shaking up the world. At this moment, everyone realized that the effects of this matter were too great. Not only did he become an emperor under the current world's great emperor's heavenly heart imprint and the suppression of 10,000 Daos, he also had another identity, a divine body that couldn't achieve the Tao. Now he broke through in one go. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body released pai-pa sounds, blood energy burning. His injuries were quickly disappearing, the fist holes in front and behind him closing, and the traces of 10,000 Tao backlash on his body were also erased. The only thing that wasn't harmonious was that there was a trace of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, a bit sickly. It was clear that he really did have some Tao injuries. Komatsu walked up, handing over a stalk of Medicine King, a worried expression on his face, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Yi Fan. "I'm fine." Yi Fan laughed, and then he looked into the distance, his expression cold and serious. "Did Tao friend come to help me?" The golden crow the arch walked out from the darkness, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Tao friend is absolutely brilliant. You've broken the curse of the divine body lineage being unable to achieve the Tao, shocking the past and dazzling the present. You are truly invincible in the world and can be called the celestial the arch." The demon the arch sighed. Yi Fan's strength made him lower his head. He felt that this was someone like celestial the arch Huang. Whoever met such a person in this lifetime and competed for the Tao was destined to be sad. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Tao friend, calm your heart and cultivate your character. In this life, you are still the arch, destined to leave your name in history." What else could the golden crow the arch say? Perhaps he should be glad that he didn't attack, or perhaps he should be sad. Under the intimidation of this person, he could only put away all his thoughts and cooperate with him. Just as Yi Fan had said to his disciple, as long as one was strong enough to suppress the world, even the demon the arch had to be obedient, work hard to shine, and do their best to help. At this time, the monkey, the human demon, Yi Tong, and the others all returned. There was no need to say much. Yi Fan only had one sentence to say, to sweep through the forbidden areas. He took the lead and tore open the universe, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Some experts rushed over and looked at the celestial court from afar. All of them sighed. The saint physique had become a the arch, and this would be his glorious era. A celestial the arch had risen. Celestial the arch Yi. Suppressing the golden crow the arch, slaughtering ancient supreme beings, sweeping through the forbidden areas as if he had entered an uninhabited land. A celestial the arch has finally been born. Everyone knew that whether they admitted it or not, Yi Fan really did have that kind of heaven-defying strength. A great battle broke out. Although high heavens had long hidden in advance, Yi Fan forcefully deduced it and found Heaven Burial Island to carry out a massacre. There were two supreme beings here who were extremely glorious in the past, but all the glory was buried in the passage of time. Now, Yi Fan had ascended to this place and began to sweep through. Even the monkey grinned. Yi Fan's current strength was too shocking. He had swept his way in, and even the two great ancient emperors who had ascended couldn't stop him. They exploded one after another in the fierce battle. What a high heavens! Yi Fan had his hands behind his back as he stood on this magnificent and strange island. It was like a coffin that was connected to the 9 dragon veins. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality. This was exactly the same as the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The bronze coffin that had once carried him into the starry sky was now unknown. This place evoked his memories. The archaic emperor isn't the true master of this place. He only chose to reside here after accidentally discovering it. This is an immortal island left behind from the chaotic ancient era. It is even more ancient than the legendary era and cannot be followed, said Dao Yi. High heaven's destruction shook the starry sky and every place trembled. Yi Fan had swept through another life-forbidden area. Celestial the Arch Yi. What a powerful saint physique. He can truly be called a Celestial the Arch. An existence comparable to Venerable the Arch has appeared in this era and risen in this golden age. Every race in the universe was shocked. There was a great commotion. When the news spread everywhere, many places of life in the universe cried out in surprise. The two words, Celestial the Arch, seemed to possess a strange magical power. Chapter 1793. High heavens was empty, thus wiped out. Yi Fan had his hands behind his back, standing there. His black hair scattered about, his clothes sticky with the blood of supreme beings. Wiping out 4 supreme beings in a single day was definitely a shocking battle accomplishment. Master, Origin ancient mine can't be found no matter what. Yi Tong returned to report to him. Yi Fan nodded. Wiping out high heavens was already enough. Wiping out a restricted region today. As for the final source of disaster, they could slowly search for and deal with it. 9 dragon veins stretched out, truly in the shape of a dragon. It was as if a true dragon was raising its head, wishing to soar into the 9 heavens, rush into immortal domain. Why is it so similar? Yi Fan stood in high heavens, already observing for a long time. This type of mountain range terrain was rarely seen from past to present. The most inconceivable thing was naturally the island in the back. That was a coffin-shaped divine island, formed naturally, connected to the 9 dragon veins. He already carefully examined it. This was the product of nature, not man-made. It really was an uncanny workmanship that left one sighing in admiration. Perhaps this is the initial form of a coffin, someone from the ancient times using this as the original form to create a coffin. Dao Yi said. This conclusion was a bit laughable, but no one laughed. It was because this was the remains of the chaotic ancient era, before the legendary era, even more ancient than all of the civilizations of this world. There was an ancient cave at the center of the coffin-shaped island. Immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light swirling about, looking mysterious and strange. Yi Fan and the others searched around here. This place had experienced countless great calamities since the ancient times, as if it was a divine land that buried high heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that could slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long life energy that could give one life force, prevent them from declining prematurely. No wonder it became a restricted region, truly a precious land. Yi Fan released a light sigh. What left him shocked was that he saw a few traces on the ground. He carefully measured them, comprehended them, and then became horrified. The size and shape were similar to the bronze ancient coffin he had previously seen and entered. This left one shocked. Yi Fan was a bit distracted. Had that coffin previously appeared here? Finally, he left. He immediately displayed the secret method from the Vedas, tracing back to the source, hoping to see what was going on. Unfortunately, he failed, because many supreme beings had previously slept here, all karma and heavenly mysteries erased. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This place really was strange. When they carefully sensed it, they could vaguely sense a type of immortal Tao natural law aura that could slow down one's aging. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. That mysterious chaotic ancient era is truly awe-inspiring. The Black Emperor sighed. In the end, they moved the heavenly burial island back to the celestial court, turning it into another stunning courtyard for Crazy Ol and the demonic humans to live in seclusion. High heavens was destroyed. This news shook the great cosmos. Yi Tiandi's name rumbled through the human realm, his glory reaching its peak. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Master, are you all right? When everything quieted down, Komatsu asked worriedly. I have a bit of a Tao injury, but it won't stump me. You all don't have to worry. Yi Fan said. A strand of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He used his hand to wipe it away. The center of his palm was extremely bright. This. Everyone looked over, feeling even more worried. Don't worry. If there really was a problem, why would I go to high heavens and make a big fuss? This won't affect anything. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he warned everyone again that they couldn't blindly pursue combat strength, to avoid being too unyielding and leaving behind hidden injuries. Otherwise, they would flare up sooner or later. Yi Fan sighed. His Dao injury was the root of an illness left behind a long time ago. Back then, when he was at the Saint King realm, he had continuously coughed out blood and was extremely ill. Later on, when he broke through to the Great Sage realm, it seemed to have been suppressed and he was fine. However, this time when he broke through the suppression of 10,000 Dao and became a celestial emperor, that small flaw became the root of disaster, completely flaring out and collapsing, resulting in his current injuries. If it wasn't him, anyone else would have long been wiped out. This was a celestial emperor's injury, related to the suppression of 10,000 Dao and the immortal void image. No one knew what kind of serious injuries he suffered when he crossed the tribulation, making it through with great difficulty. However, the Dao injury didn't pose a problem for him. It was truly suppressed, showing signs of improvement. This also reflected his great achievements. Undying Mountain, Divine Ruins, High Heavens, these types of restricted areas became the courtyard of the Celestial Court. It truly was shocking throughout the ages. Who could compare? After several battles, no one in this world could contend against him. 100 years passed in a flash. Yi Fan was already over 2,900 years old. Meanwhile, there were some people in the Celestial Court who had truly aged, full of weariness. Time was extremely merciless, not moving according to one's will. It would cut down everything. Even the most powerful life would reach its end one day. Grandpa Human Demon, Grandpa Old Madman, they can't hold on much longer. That day, Xianxia's mood was heavy. He arrived at Undying Mountain's cliff, reporting to Yi Fan. Yi Fan sighed and said, "If there really is no way, I will just seal them up." However, they don't agree, not willing to take the undying medicine, only wishing for a natural death. This is especially true for the human demon Grandpa, who has been sealed since the archaic era. He has long loathed it. Xianxia said. Yi Fan stood up, remaining silent. He gazed towards the horizon, feeling a wave of sadness. The path of immortality was difficult to tread. Time waits for no one. He hadn't even made any crucial progress, yet the people by his side had already passed away one after another. More than 10 years later, the human demon and the old madman reached the end of their lives. They smiled as they slept in an ancient cave. The autumn wind swept past, causing yellow leaves to flutter about. This autumn was exceptionally cold, causing people's hearts to feel cold. Fine raindrops scattered down. The Celestial Court was in mourning. Everyone missed the two elders. This late autumn was filled with sadness. Even the most powerful inheritance will come to an end one day. Even the most glorious flourishing era will come to an end one day. Who in this world can avoid death? Even if you are a peerless genius of heaven, even if you are a peerless talent, in the end, you will still become a pile of yellow soil. This year, this autumn, left people with an indelible sadness. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Yi Fan was already 4,000 years old. He had reached the peak of his life. At this moment, his Dao injuries were no longer evident. His blood qi was like the sea, and a single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He was unrivaled under the heavens. The Celestial Emperor's name shook the universe, and there was no longer anyone who could rival him. The Celestial Court was heading towards extreme glory. Not to mention that there was no force in the world that could contend against it. Even if one looked through the ages, they would not be able to find many who could rival them. Now, it had almost recreated the glory of the era of venerable sovereigns at the end of the myths. God's organization merged with it, and the white-haired elder god led the crowd to join them. All of this was because of the existence of Godchild, which made them acknowledge the legitimacy of the Celestial Court. Godchild was sealed into the celestial source by Yi Fan, hoping that he would shine in the future, and not in this world. Now, Yi Fan's magic power was unrivaled, and he could smelt all kinds of origin liquids. He did not lack such divine treasures. I, Great Emperor Yu Feng, will return one day. This little fatty gave himself a name, and the meaning was clear. He wanted to stand at the peak of the universe. The Dao Palace organization also ceased to exist. The woodcutter old man, the yellow-toothed old man, and the dragon-bearded man passed away one after another. Before they passed away, they left all their people to Yi Fan. The yellow-toothed old man's granddaughter was sealed into the celestial source. She was a stunning little girl. In the past, people always thought that she was a boy, and they had high hopes for her. Otherwise, That old man would not have asked her to deal with the chaos body and the egg laid by the sky blade. At 4,000 years old, Yi Fan stood at the peak of human Tao, and it was difficult for him to be defeated. However, he had regrets in his heart. He had been working hard for so many years, wanting to find the way to live forever. He kept searching and searching, but it was easier said than done. Now that things had come to this, he could only take that step himself. Then, he would look back and judge everyone. One old man after another passed away, and it made him sad. Boom! On this day, a wave came from the depths of the celestial wilderness. Others might not be able to sense it, but Yi Fan opened his eyes in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan descended outside the Big Dipper, watching as an expanse of chaotic immortal earth broke apart. Lightning radiance overflowed into the heavens, shattering that ancient immortal earth. There was immortal light that flew out. The lightning was extremely powerful, but this wasn't the main point. For Yi Fan, it wasn't much. What was shocking was that there was immortal energy seeping out from within. It was extremely rare. Immediately afterwards, he knew who this person was. Great waves appeared in his calm state of mind, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He took a step over. Ah, it hurts like hell. Is your grandfather's heavenly tribulation going to end or not? It hurts like hell. Villainous heavens. Be a bit more gentle. I still want to live a few more years. I finally broke free and crossed a quasi-emperor tribulation. Could it be that you still want to hack me to death? Motherfucker, you're still trying to climb all over me. This young master is annoyed. If you don't end it, I really am going to be done for. This person clearly lacked confidence. Yi Fan laughed. This person's personality was still the same, and his big mouth hadn't changed. Even when he was crossing a tribulation, he still didn't stop. As expected of a great Lama. I beg you, heavens, be gentler. Come, kill my gentleness. Please don't be so violent. A person whose flesh was split open, and his body was covered in blood and lightning, jumped up and down, wailing continuously. That person was Tu Fei. He had disappeared for almost 4,000 years, and he had only reappeared today. In the past, in the North Pole, Yi Fan had already found him, but after they parted ways, they hadn't seen each other again. It was as if he had disappeared from this world, without a trace. Even after Yi Fan made all sorts of deductions, he still couldn't find him, and it was difficult to find him. Unexpectedly, he had crossed the quasi-emperor tribulation today, and had reappeared in this world. Woof, that person is the brat that I lost? The large black dog also came, and he was a bit guilty. When Yi Fan left the celestial court, they were all surprised, because he hadn't stepped out of the undying mountain for more than 1,000 years, so they all followed him all the way. Tu Fei! Li Heishui shouted excitedly, tears filling his eyes. Now, only 2 or 3 of the small bandits were left. Pang Bo laughed loudly, both excited and sentimental. He said, we haven't seen each other for more than 3,000 years, and we still have a chance to drink together. This feeling of reunion is so good. I missed you so much, and you're all still alive. Oh woo! Tu Fei shouted like a wolf. He had been suppressed for so many years. Be careful when crossing the tribulation. Yi Fan reminded him. With this group of people here, he naturally wouldn't have any problems. He smoothly ascended and became a quasi-emperor. He quickly rushed over and hugged them. His face was full of tears, but he was laughing loudly, crying and laughing at the same time. F***CK. After you crossed the tribulation, you lost all your clothes. I'm a man, let go of me, Longma shouted. Everybody laughed loudly. When he hugged the large black dog, Tu Fei's eyes straightened immediately, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth. I have something to do. You guys talk first. I'm leaving. The large black dog was slumped. He wanted to run away, but it was the first time he didn't have the courage to do so. Stop right there. Tu Fei grabbed his tail and didn't let go. Men shouldn't touch each other. Let go of me. The Black Emperor's big eyes rolled. In the end, he squeezed out such earth-shaking words. Everybody laughed. Tu Fei was so happy to reunite with his fellows. He started to tell them about his experiences over the years. Chapter 1794. With tears and snot, he told his story. To him, it was a dark history. He was trapped on the immortal path, completely isolated from this world. What? Everybody was startled. Unfortunately, it's not the immortal path of this generation. It's the path from millions of years ago. Granny dug the ancient path and broke the primordial chaos. We fell into the unknown primordial divine soil. Speaking of the old woman, Tu-Fei was sad. That senior from the same generation as Crazy Ol couldn't resist the time heaven blade. She had passed away. However, she had taught Tu-Fei many things. They had dug the vestige to collect the northern pole immortal light. Now, they were trapped on the immortal path. You became the quasi-emperor. You went against the natural order, Li Heishui exclaimed. With Tu-Fei's innate endowment, it was impossible for him to reach this step. Yi Fan could see it more clearly than Li Heishui. Tu-Fei had finished his transformation. His innate endowment was different now. It wasn't early to become the quasi-emperor at 4,000 years old. However, his foundation was solid. It's the Nirvana Sky technique. Unfortunately, Granny didn't succeed. I died once and was reborn. Tu-Fei didn't conceal anything and told them everything. Tu-Fei returned to the celestial court. Knowing what had happened so many years ago, he couldn't help but sigh. The chaotic dark world and the golden age made people sigh. Especially when Yi Fan became the emperor, he was astounded. Then he felt relieved. No matter what, he was the quasi-emperor now. Time flies. We've achieved so much. Tu-Fei sighed. Then tears welled up in his eyes. He would never see many people again. 3 of the 5 bandits were dead. He would never see Lu Kou, Wu Zhongtian, and Jiang Huairan again. Some of them were killed in the ancient tribe and the Killer God dynasty. Others were killed in the chaotic dark era. Oh! Tu-Fei cried. Time flew fast. 4,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He would never see his friends again. Li Heishui and Yi Fan were sad. They patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Black King stooped his head so low that it almost touched the ground. He had sent Tu-Fei Chuan away. After so many years, he had finally returned. However, it really couldn't be blamed for this. Back then, the situation was critical. Everyone was trapped in the undying mountain, and the headless horseman had appeared. It had no choice but to use the chessboard's formation pattern as an experiment to teleport people away. Saving one's life came first, accuracy second. Where's my grandfather? Tu-Fei shivered. The old man is still here. He keeps talking about waiting for you to come back. Soon after, Tu Tian was brought over. He really was too old, already entering his later years. In fact, if not for Yi Fan extending his life with his blood, he would have died many years ago. Grandpa! Tu-Fei screamed, his face wet with tears. Little Fei, you're finally back to see your grandfather. The old man's eyes were watery. He shivered and pulled Tu-Fei's hand, his lips shivering. He cried. He had lived for so many years, and he had also made a name for himself, yet in the end, he was only waiting for his grandson's return. He couldn't let it go, his heart full of grief. Grandpa, long live. I'm back. From now on we will never separate. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu-Fei cried. He knew that only 1 or 2 of the 13 great bandits, whose names had shaken the entire Eastern Barren continent, were still alive. If they didn't die in the Dark War, they would have died of old age. It made him sad. His grandfather Tu Tian had survived because he had an obsession. He couldn't let go of Shi Yan and hoped to see him again. As I can see you, I'm satisfied. Even if I have to die, I won't have any regrets. Tu Tian's hair was white, his eyes empty. Tears rolled down his face. Grandpa, you can't die. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu-Fei screamed. Foolish child, how can people not die? Several thousand years have passed in a flash, and the new generation will replace the old. This world belongs to you, and people like us will slowly die and disappear. Tu Tian seemed to be consoling him, but he also seemed to be deeply moved. I don't want you to die. I don't want my grandfather to die. Tu-Fei cried like rain. Yi Fan wanted to refine the peerless god blood to prolong Tu Tian's life. No need. Thank you, little Yi. It's been so many years. I feel guilty. If I didn't want to see Tu-Fei, I wouldn't have let you waste a drop of blood, Tu Tian refused. Everybody tried to persuade him. However, he shook his head persistently. How can I do that? The so-called peerless god blood is consuming little Ye's life. It's the origin of life. We can't waste it on me. It's okay. The celestial court has the king pharmacist. They can keep him alive, said Yifan. Seeing his grandfather die, he didn't feel good. I've waited for my grandson. I don't have any regrets. I'm satisfied now. I can go and accompany my old friends. We, the great bandits, can reunite in the underworld. I miss them so much, said Tu Tian absent-mindedly. He was absent-minded. The great golden era will come to an end eventually. Heroes will die. Time is like a knife. At that time, you guys will need the king pharmacist more than me. I can see a tragic era coming. It's better to leave the divine pellets to kids like you. Everybody was startled, then sighed. Half a year later, Tu Tian left this world. Tu Fei had accompanied him for the last part of his life. The old man left contentedly without any regrets. Time flowed like water, and it could no longer be turned back. Another 1,000 years had passed. Yifan was more than 5,000 years old now. His blood qi was vigorous. When other people reached this age, it was a sign that they were about to leave the peak of their life, heading towards their old age. However, he had just started. He had the saint physique, so he could live for 10,000 years. Today, he had become the heavenly king. It was hard to say how long he could live. However, time was merciless. It couldn't take away his youth, but it was harvesting the lives of the older generation. During this time, old Saber Hancho, the grandson of the killing saint Qi Luo, passed away. His life had come to an end. Not long after, the Big Dipper sent the bad news. The Red Dragon Taoist, who had helped Yifan, passed away. Then, the Peacock King and the Crow Taoist also passed away. The 5,000 years old Yifan was unrivaled in the world. No one dared to challenge him. However, he felt great sorrow in his heart. The people who had helped him passed away one after another. It made him sad, but he had no real solution. He wanted to prolong their lives, but he was rejected. The saint blood was like a divine medicine, especially when he had become the heavenly king's saint physique. His blood was even more precious. However, it was just like what the people who rejected him had said. Blood qi was his life. To prolong the lives of others, it would consume a part of his lifespan. When the elders passed away, they would rather die than let him consume their lifespan. The Qilin medicine and the peaches of immortality had ripened once. They were picked and preserved. The elders didn't eat them. They wanted to leave them for the next generation like Yifan, the monkey, Yitong, Xianxia, and Komatsu. When the golden era ended, they would need them in their later years. Although Yifan was unrivaled in this world, he couldn't do anything. He was searching for the path of immortality, but those people couldn't afford to wait. In these 5,000 years, it was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, he couldn't do anything about the passage of time. He couldn't bring back the youth and lives of those people. Sometimes, Yifan would gaze at the starry sky alone. He often didn't move for an entire night. His relatives and friends passed away one after another. This made him sad and lonely. His wife and daughter had also left, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Although he stood at the peak of human Tao, he couldn't change anything. After a few thousand years, would his peers all die? At that time, he would be even more lonely. From the earliest Uncle Jiang Wuxia to the later victorious Buddha, Gu Tianshu Qi Luo, and then the human devil, the old madman Tu Tian, and now the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others. They passed away one after another. If this went on, how could he accept this kind of sorrow? In the following years, large numbers of heavenly soldiers began to grow old. There were also heavenly generals who died. The generation of the celestial court began to grow old and pass away. As time passed, Yifan was already 6,000 years old. His unrivaled power flourished even more than in the past. Not to mention having enemies, it was already difficult to find someone who could take a single move from him. However, he became even more desolate. As far as the eye could see, there were many more tombstones in the celestial court. Large numbers of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals died, buried in the heavenly garden. There were also some familiar old friends who would never return. The autumn winds rose, the cold biting into one's bones. Yi Fan stood in the cemetery and looked at the tombstones. His heart was cold. He walked past step by step, becoming more and more silent. Now, the people of the celestial court were all old. Up until now, only the monkey, Yi Tong, Xianxia and the others still had blood energy surging like a sea, reaching the peak of their lives. Around 6,000 years old was their most glorious age. Their might shook the cosmos, intimidated the world. During these years, when they appeared, no one could resist them. They were revered in the heavens above and earth below, extremely resplendent and glorious. However, if time continued to flow on, they would be like the noon sun. In the end, they would tilt westward, gradually leaving their peak. Apart from them, the others had long since gone downhill. Like the setting sun, they were no longer in their prime. This year, an important combat power of the celestial court, the peak expert Shan Huang, reached the end of his life. He passed away in meditation in Undying Mountain. As for the other great demons who had escaped from the 18 layers of hell with him and followed Yi Fan into the celestial court, they had already died many years ago. In the same year, after leaving the underworld, the half-human, half-demon Gu Xinao's body disintegrated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, an end to this muddle-headed life. The peerless combat power of the celestial court began to pass away one after another. This meant that after the celestial court reached the peak of its glory, it would begin to wither like all living things in the world. It couldn't escape this law. It would fall into desolation and the curtains would fall. It wasn't just the celestial court. The entire world was the same. All bloodlines were showing signs of aging. After the incomparably glorious golden era developed to its peak, it began to decline. Everyone knew that the great era was about to wither. This law of change was irresistible. The development of all living things was destined to decline. The Jade Fall monarch is dead. The Netherworld King Physique contended for hegemony in the Golden Era. Now, its old injuries have flared up and it has turned into dust. The Feather Monarch defied the heavens and broke through. He died with his bones crushed. The Brahma Battle Physique's old injuries triggered new Tao injuries and he has turned into dust. The Void Celestial body has aged and is sitting in the fossil chamber. News came one after another. One after another, world-shaking heroes reached the end of their lives. The Great Era was showing signs of decline. The so-called Golden Era was truly about to wither. There were even more tombstones in the celestial court. At a glance, the tombstones were like a forest. An entire generation of heavenly soldiers and generals had passed away. The wind blew away the fallen leaves, making this place seem very desolate. Yi Fan stood there, not moving for a long time. "Master, seal me." A voice came from behind Yi Fan. It was Komatsu. He was in the most glorious era of his life. He was still young, simple and pure. Time had not left any traces on his face. "I want to protect the celestial court. One day, when even Master is no longer young, I will come out. I don't want it to wither. I want to let its glory continue," Komatsu said seriously. Chapter 1795. Komatsu had a serious expression on his face, resolute and decisive. The great world was withering away, making one feel a bleak atmosphere. Yi Fan looked at his disciple, sighed softly, and nodded. "All right." This was a major event that had far-reaching effects. There was no lack of outstanding geniuses in the next generation of the Celestial Court, but in the end, there was no one like Komatsu and Yi Tong who could fight supreme beings. The glorious flourishing era was about to come to an end. Many people were already old. The Celestial Court had no choice but to take precautions as well. At the very least, Origin Ancient Mine still hadn't been pacified, no one able to find where it was. Yi Tong and Xianxia knew that they were all here. Looking at Komatsu, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even though they were strong, they still couldn't find the longevity gate. "Master, seal me as well," Xianxia said. When Yi Fan heard this, he did not nod. After a long time he said, "There is no need to rush. Go back and think about it carefully. We still have divine medicine that can allow you to live another lifetime." Yi Fan turned around and walked through the celestial court. Most of the people he saw were new faces. Thousands of years had passed, and the new generation had replaced the old. Now the children of Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others had already become the mainstay of the celestial court, and their prestige had shaken the region. However, their good friends were obviously old. Pang Bo's thick hair was already mixed with white hairs. Although his body was still burly and his waist was straight, he was no longer young. Pang Tao, you better work harder. Otherwise, I'll punish you by making you go into seclusion for 10 years. You won't be able to see anyone. Pang Bo was reprimanding his great-grandson. He already had many grandchildren. There were a few children there, all of them strong and spirited, full of vigor. Under the old ancestors' berating, they cultivated with worried faces, winking at each other from time to time. Yi Fan smiled. Many of his generation were old, but when he saw the younger generation, he felt gratified. He thought of himself back then. Now, apart from Yi Fan's line of descent, the rest of them already had groups of children and grandchildren, and their homes were bustling with noise and excitement. The older generation continued to pass away, and the sadness was diluted by the vitality of the new generation. Little Wu, stop right there. In the distance, a small golden monkey that was only a few years old ran over with a whoosh. It was as fast as lightning and grimaced in pain. It was obvious that it had just been beaten up. Suddenly, a large golden hand tore through the void and reached over, grabbing the little sacred ape, Lil Wu. The sacred prince appeared and grabbed his child. Yi Fan was speechless. Among all the descendants of the monkey lineage were the most troublesome. The fertility of the sacred battle apes was extremely low. Up until now, the monkey had finally had a child. The child's talent and strength were shockingly strong. Although it was not said that the child was the best among the younger generation, it was close. The celestial court also had high hopes for this little monkey, hoping that he could surpass his father's generation. The little sacred ape's mother had a shocking background. She was the six-eared macaque who had fought against the sacred prince for many years. When the macaque brought her back 500 years ago, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. There was no doubt that she was also a peerless powerhouse. She was so powerful that the strength of the celestial court was greatly supplemented. At first, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Hua Hua named the little sacred ape son Wukong, which was similar to the Buddha's Dharma name. However, it was strongly opposed by its mother. She once chased after Hua Hua for 100,000 miles and beat him until he covered his head and fled. "Brother monkey, you can't control the child like this," Yi Fan said. Little Wu nodded pitifully and said with tears in his big eyes, "I won't dare to do it again. Father, don't hit me anymore." When Yi Fan learned that the little monkey had made a mess in the heavenly palace and played with the descendants of a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, almost tearing down the main hall of the celestial court, he was a little speechless. Yi Fan left. He had already decided in his heart that he would definitely seal those old friends who were about to die in meditation in the future. Even if they didn't agree, he had to carry it out. When he walked out of the undying mountain, he just happened to see Longma taking a stroll. Although it was older than Yi Fan, it was still full of vigor because it had eaten more than one medicine king in the past. However, it was starting to decline. In the distance, the Black Emperor, accompanied by the two Silver Blood Emperors, walked over in a leisurely manner. It had also aged, and it had lost its wild aura of the past. Even its pitch-black, silk-like fur had started to turn gray. Yi Fan knew that this fellow had eaten the immortal divine phoenix medicine, and also received the cleansing of its fur by Great Emperor Wu Shi. Its foundation was very strong, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to know its lifespan. "I'm too bored. Let's go out for a walk," the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan nodded, and walked out of the celestial court with the large black dog and Longma, entering the galaxy. Sigh, I really can't accept this. So many years have passed, and I've waited for more than half of my life, but I still haven't seen the birth of the innate saint physique. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, and didn't say anything. The galaxy was boundless, and they walked past one galaxy after another. A golden path was laid out under their feet, and they would soon be able to cross to another place. When the various races in the universe saw this, they were all in awe. They knew that this was the Celestial the Arch coming out. Although he hadn't appeared for many years, the legends about him had never stopped, and shook the world. The Celestial the Arch is immortal, and lives long in the endless tribulations. Long live the Celestial the Arch. Everywhere, there were people cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Fan had flattened a few great forbidden areas, and his might shook the universe. He had dealt with the source of the dark chaos, and many powerful races admired him. Our generation is old. The Black Emperor was serious for once. He sighed, and looked into the deep galaxy. The frivolous years will never return. We can't return to the past, Longma said. Sooner or later, I'll see through the longevity method. I hope that at that time, I'll still have old friends by my side, said Yifan. The vast universe and the boundless sky were constantly receding under the golden path. Suddenly, Yifan revealed a strange expression. He stopped and looked at the distant galaxy. Only his divine will could be so terrifying in this world. A single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He sensed the abnormality in the extreme depths of the starry sky, and he opened his heavenly origin immortal pupil to take a look. The golden path spread out, carrying Yifan, the Black Emperor, and Longma across the starry sky, and arrived at a desolate land. There was a vast expanse of mist there. It was boundless and hazy, and it was as thick as lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack, and it covered the sun, moon, and stars. What is this thing? Longma sucked in a cold breath. After the gray mist covered a large number of stars, it swallowed them. After the essence was sucked away, only dust was left. Yifan thought about it and remembered a scary thing he had seen in the past. Back then, when the Eternal Star Area was fighting Big Dipper, they had encountered a mist like this. It destroyed many battleships and scared the saints. They did not dare to get close. It was called Devil Mist. The ancient books of the Eternal Star Area had written about it. It was extremely scary, but as for what it was, the records were not clear. No one knew. It was a legendary forbidden item. It was an annihilation class item. It was difficult to determine whether or not it had a will and whether or not it was a living body. This thing is related to the undying Sky King, said the Black Emperor with a serious expression. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. Over the years, he had researched many unique books regarding the Great Emperor without beginning and the undying Heavenly Emperor. Today, let me see exactly what the Devil Mist is. Yifan said. He brought the 2 of them forward. Now that he was Sky King, nothing could stop him. Not even the things left behind by the undying Sky King could stop him. What a dense, baleful aura. I know it now. It's really the same as recorded in the ancient book that Duanda dug out from the tomb that he gave me. This is a mutation of the corpse chi formed by the decay of the Emperor's corpse, the Black Emperor said. Under normal circumstances, even if an emperor died, they would not die. When they could not protect themselves, they would become the path. There had never been a case of an emperor's corpse rotting. But when things reached an extreme, there would always be abnormal things. Yifan broke through the mist and walked inside. His expression changed. This mist was very strange and scary. Someone as strong as him could resist it. However, if it was someone else, they would not be able to stay here for long. The closer they got to the core, the scarier it would be. This could definitely turn Quasi-Emperor level 9 people into pus and blood. This mist is so scary. Longma was shocked. When they approached the core region, Yifan released radiance. The mist in this region was especially astonishing. It was like an emperor beast that could devour the essence blood of a supreme being. It actually wanted to seize his essence energy. Not simple. If this type of thing was used to deal with old supreme beings, it would be extremely useful. It would make their blood energy even drier up. Yifan said. It's actually this type of thing. The Black King was speechless. He brought out a green jade tortoise. This was something Yifan brought out from the ancient palace altar in the absolute beginning forbidden region, gifting it to the Black Emperor. After so many years had passed, it had long researched what it was. Someone used great magical force to seal a half-emperor corpse inside, nurturing corpse energy. This was a formidable magical artifact, but the people back then could not use it. The green jade tortoise had all types of formation patterns arranged inside. Its body rotted away, growing for endless years, turning into the most powerful rotting energy. Only now could it be used. Yifan's heart moved. He took the green jade tortoise and used great magical force to carve symbols on it. It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Even a plant scripture could become a heavenly treasure by refining it like this. Then, he used the mouth of the green jade tortoise as a guide and sucked in all the gray mist. At first, it was like a roaring river, and then it was like a surging ocean. The world quickly became clear, and starlight shone in. There's someone in the distance, Longma said. Yifan nodded. He still noticed it, and he saw another strange object. In the end, the gray mist was completely collected. Yi Fan handed the green jade tortoise to the Black Emperor and told him the method to activate the symbols. This had already become a forbidden artifact. A stone island floated in the air, and a deep pool was on it. Divine Soul Pond. Yi Fan had once crossed the bitter sea of numinous treasure celestial being, and seen it in the Paramitha divine land formed by the Tao Palace. There were 3 kinds of strange flowers in the world: the demonic god flower, the divine flower, and the Tao amalgamation flower. There were also 3 kinds of strange substances related to immortality: the reincarnation sea, the divine soul pond, and the flying fairy waterfall. The Paramitha divine land had already been broken in the battle back then. After many years, Yi Fan had never thought he would see the divine soul pond again. It appeared here, and it was surrounded by demonic mist. I know. The divine soul pond is something left by the immortal emperor. It's too terrifying. His soul has completed a complete transformation. The Black Emperor was shocked. He combined the ancient books and restored the incomplete secret information. He concluded that the immortal emperor's primordial spirit was reborn. After the essence of his body or body was absorbed, it was abandoned and turned into gas. Above the stone island, there was an ancient palace floating. The aura of life that he had sensed before came from there. That ancient building was very mysterious. It floated in the universe and blocked all auras. Even the Black Emperor and Longma couldn't detect it. There's someone in there. Don't tell me that the immortal emperor is back. Is he reborn and going through a transformation? Chapter 1796. Yi Fan's divine will was extremely powerful. Even the palace built by the primordial emperor and the countless runes laid down couldn't stop him. He instantly knew who was inside. It's been so many years. How are the 2 of you? Brother Yi, is it really you? The door of the ancient palace was pushed open, and a man walked out. He was tall and majestic, and his body was as strong as a dragon. His skin was bronze, and his long hair was loose. It was very thick, but there were a few strands of white hair mixed in. Demon God? Longma was shocked. He had seen him on the ancient starry sky path back then. Southern Demon. The Black Emperor sighed. He was one of the geniuses of Big Dipper back then. It had been so many years since they met again. It made people sigh at the passage of time. At that time, Southern Demon was in his prime and full of youthful energy. Although his blood energy was still vigorous now, and he had become a peerless expert, he was already over 6,000 years old. Yi Fan also felt rueful in his heart. It was the last time they parted on the ancient starry sky path, and they met again today. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already turned to dust. Southern Demon was extremely powerful, and could be said to be this world's top combat strength. He was also an unconventional cultivator. Behind him, there was another person. She had a tall and graceful figure, but her black hair had already turned white. Although she used her magic power to maintain her youthful appearance, it was clear that she had suffered from the impact of time. It was Qi Huashui, Princess Qi Qi of the Southern Mountains. Meeting again made people speechless for a long time. Youth was fleeting, and beauty aged easily. When peerless beauties couldn't withstand the passage of time, they would grow old in the wind and frost. To them, this was the most cruel thing. Who could understand the feeling of watching their youth fade away and their gray hair take root? Yi Fan. Qi Huashui sighed softly. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth. She wasn't as powerful as Southern Demon. The marks of 6,000 years on her body were relatively more obvious, and her blood energy wasn't as vigorous. Southern Demon and his sister came over to meet. Yi Fan captured a meteorite and cut it into a stone table and stool. He took out good wine and reminisced with these 2 old friends. "You've become a great emperor?" The Southern Demon was astonished. Then he understood. They had been trapped here for many years and too many things had happened. They actually didn't know that Yi Fan had already become a Celestial the Arch, and that the ancient palace was isolated from the world. However, the Southern Demon was not an ordinary person and would not lose his composure. "It's been so many years. It feels good to see you again," Yi Fan said. As the number of people he was familiar with dwindled, he would eventually be defeated in the passage of time. He cherished every single one of his old friends and did not want anything to happen to them. "This is the soul pond left by the immortal Sky Emperor." "I already know." Yi Fan nodded. The Southern Demon recounted what had happened. Back then, they had discovered that ancient palace in the void of the universe. When they entered it, they discovered that it was the place where the undying heavenly emperor had once comprehended the Tao. This had shocked them. The brother and sister were cultivating there, but they never thought that as their cultivation level increased, the ancient hall would be activated, and the divine soul pond would shatter the space and arrive. The demonic fog would also appear, surrounding them and trapping them. Fortunately, the ancient palace was special and could prevent the corrosive gas from approaching. As the southern demon's cultivation deepened day by day, in recent years, he felt confident in leaving. However, he sensed the wonders of the divine soul pond and was unwilling to leave so easily. Yi Fan sighed softly. The corrosive gas here was extremely powerful and could even injure supreme beings. It was truly astonishing that the southern demon could cultivate to this level. He had already achieved the Tao in a different way. Just as the Black Emperor had speculated, the divine soul pond was the remnant of the undying heavenly emperor's soul after his transformation. Yi Fan stood in front of the pond for a long time. Then, he walked around the ancient palace and deeply felt how terrifying the undying heavenly emperor was. He was an unimaginably great enemy. They gathered here for a long time. Qi Huashui was very silent. She was once a peerless goddess, but now, her youth was gradually fading away. She felt sad and found it hard to speak when she saw an old friend. Only when it was time to leave did she sigh softly and say, "You haven't changed much." Yi Fan watched them leave. When they were about to disappear into the starry river, the southern demon turned around and said, "Brother Yi, this might be the last time we meet. Take care." Yi Fan was silent and sighed. If nothing unexpected happened, the southern demon would choose to seal himself and would only reappear after thousands of generations. Goodbye. On the way back, Yi Fan was very silent. Only after a long time did the Black Emperor say, "Let's walk around a bit more. There's nothing to do anyway." Yi Fan nodded. Seeking the method of longevity wasn't something that could be comprehended through seclusion. Since ancient times, so many heroes had been stuck. He naturally didn't believe that he could break through the heavens just by immersing himself in Tao comprehension. This journey lasted for more than half a year. They passed by many star systems and caused a great commotion. The Celestial Emperor's tour caused all races to revere him. Many great races came out to welcome him and invite him in, but they were all tactfully declined. Along the way, they saw many things and sighed inwardly. This glorious era had reached its end and was truly about to come to an end. Zhang Byron, Tai Chu, and the others had long disappeared. It was rumored that they had already sealed themselves. They wanted to leave their hopes and ambitions for the future, hoping to defy the heavens and return. Soon after, they saw a few world-shocking bloodlines that were already declining in their later years. There were even more people who were also starting to grow old and show signs of fatigue. Ah, is our youth finally going to end in this flourishing era? Haha, the most resplendent era, the most glorious era. What did I see? Nothing more than this, nothing left behind. In the end, we just hurriedly passed by like this. We are just passers-by, nothing more. Someone was laughing loudly, tears even flowing out. The autumn wind rose, and the yellow leaves withered. This flourishing era was finally going to end. The stars were resplendent. They were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. So many people with imperial talents fought for supremacy, but in the end, there was only a single celestial emperor who towered above the 9 heavens, overlooking the many generals. The stars grew dim, and the heroes were all sad. Since the legendary era, there was a prophecy that the true immortal path would open in this era. The glorious great Tao would lead to the other shore, directly reaching a world of immortality. However, this similarly came to nothing, leaving people with too many regrets. The immortal realm was just that high and distant. Supreme beings shed tears of blood and heroes grieved. All of this came to an end in this world's legendary era. Countless experts' blood splashed across the starry skies in the great era's struggle, dying. Too many heavenly geniuses were buried in the starry river. 6,000 years of great battles. 6,000 years of glory. Perhaps it would continue for another 10,000 years, but the curtains would still fall in the end. No one could stop it. I used my blood to write sonorous war songs. I used my life to blossom with brilliance, and in the end, I listened to the great sorrow of the world. Is this the end? Many people raised their heads towards the heavens. The heroes of the past were all full of vigor and vitality, But now their hair had already turned white. Moreover, many of them died, and the remaining ones were already covered in the wind and frost of time. Is it going to end just like this? I am unwilling. What can a golden age do? Long songs were weeping, the tears of heroes flowing. How could they forget? How could they let go? A great era was going to end just like this. The heroes in their prime were all gradually growing old. Their curtains were about to fall. After experiencing a great era, they watched as a world of prosperity blossomed like fireworks, yet they were going to wither just like this. Yi Fan continued forward, his words becoming less and less. The more he saw, the more silent he became. Was he finally going to send off this era? Look, the Heavenly Emperor is sending us off, haha. Someone laughed loudly, tears long flowing. Correct, the Heavenly Emperor is sending us off. He had previously competed with us in the same generation. Ha, haha. Farewell to this era. Sorrowful laughter rang through the skies, staggering into the distance. Yi Fan and the others continued forward, arriving at the ancient land where they had previously fought. This was a star domain that had been shattered during the Dark Age of Chaos, a ruined expanse. At that time, Yi Fan still hadn't become an emperor yet, fighting completely out of hot-bloodedness, carrying the resolution of certain death. He threw himself into the battlefield like a moth flying into a flame. When they turned around, the entire path was mottled with blood. There were ruins everywhere, countless star ruins. The blood of all types of creatures dyed this ancient land red, but it still hadn't dried up. This was a dream-broken star Earth. The people of the past couldn't return anymore. GZ, how I wish for you to be alive so that we can drink a cup together. Yi Fan said softly. He thought of many things. There was also the father-like white-robed divine king, and the unparalleled sickly old man Gai Joyo. They had sacrificed too much. How can we forget that even though the Sun Saint Emperor was only left with a piece of human skin during the chaos, he still defied the heavens and returned to fight until his blood ran dry. Longma also sighed softly. Back then, in the Ziwei star domain, the human emperor's skin reappeared. Even in death, he still wanted to protect the creatures of an ancient star, and in the end, the last drop of blood flowed from his eyes before falling. There was also the Void Emperor, who spent his entire life quelling chaos until his death. In this era, he still had to shed his last drop of blood, and in the end, only half a broken mirror accompanied him. As they talked about the past, they all sighed. Even Yi Fan had great sorrow and found it difficult to control himself. Suddenly, the Black Emperor stopped, and Longma also turned his head. Only Yi Fan didn't stop, continuing to walk along this blood-stained battlefield. There was a figure there. It's you. Yi Fan recognized her. It was old man Gai Joyo's only disciple, Xia Joyo. In the past, she was a genius girl. At the age of 13 or 14, she was able to stand up to the little Peng King, Yao Guang, and Yi Fan, shocking the eastern wasteland. In the past, she was willful and unruly, but in the end, she was defeated by Yi Fan and taught a ruthless lesson. Many years had passed, and this genius girl had changed greatly. She had long grown up, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her face was full of sorrow. Xia Joyo was beautiful and moving. She had already reached the quasi-emperor realm several thousand years ago, and her strength was extremely astonishing. However, there were still a few strands of white hair in her beautiful hair. Why are you here? Seeing her, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Gai Wudi. His heart was filled with grief, and he still remembered the tragic scene of the sickly old man straightening his back and shouting, "Who dares to fight me? I'm looking for master," Xia Joyo said. Tears hung on her face, and she looked very sad. After so many years, she had actually been searching in the cosmos. She didn't believe that her master had died. That was her only relative, and she wanted to find him. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart, and his nose turned sour. Even though he was a celestial emperor, he still couldn't hide this kind of emotion. In the past, he had awakened 300 years after the darkness chaos ended. He had once searched like crazy, but he didn't find anything in the end. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more persistent than him. She had searched for more than 5,000 years, and she was still searching today. The old man doesn't wish for you to be like this, Yi Fan advised in his heart. Master is with me, and he will return. I found a part of him, Xia Joyo said mournfully. You Unfortunately, I only found a drop of master's blood. Xia Joyo's eyes were filled with tears. She carefully held up a divine crystal, and there was a bright drop of blood sealed within. Was it really left behind by Senior Guy? Yi Fan was greatly grieved. He looked at it for a long time, and then he walked into the depths of the shattered battlefield. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky, his heart filled with too much helplessness and unwillingness. It wasn't just Guy Joyo. So many people also appeared in Yi Fan's heart. Too many people and matters had passed away just like that. The past events, day after day, scene after scene, seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan displayed the Emperor Fist. In this ruined battlefield, it struck the 9 heavens, releasing rumbling thunder. There was also a sad song that moved the stars. After the desolate era, the world moved. The Big Dipper beacons were thick. Time stopped, and the ancient race was in chaos. Sword chi rushed into the heavens, and blood dyed the rivers and mountains. Zither and drum sounded, metal spears cried, and cold light flickered, illuminating the starry sky. Unyielding and unyielding, asking who was the hero under the heavens. Immortal clouds rose, supreme beings appeared, and the path of immortality was fought for tens of thousands of eras. Fight, fight, fight. The starry sky collapsed, and all life trembled. White hair dyed in blood, thousands of corpses, the resentment of young girls in pools of blood, the chaos and war of the mortal world. Blood splashed in the sky, and swords rushed into the heavens. The chaos of 10,000 ages, the lament of the end of the world. Mountains and rivers like blood, who could pull them back? All life called out, and the human emperor fought against the heavens. Blood and tears dried. The world was dark forever. It was hard to see in the void, and the night flower appeared and withered. A sad song could not bury the heroes of 10,000 ages, and half a broken mirror accompanied them. Time was like a knife cutting down the proud sons of heaven. The path of immortality sighed enchantingly. The opening of blood and bones was a sorrowful picture scroll. How many heroes were buried in foreign lands, and how many brilliants could not be seen again? 9 dragons pulling a coffin, stirring up chaos in the world. White hair whistled and sang, and the end couldn't be found on the path of heaven. The emperor's blood burned the starry sky, and the words of the immortal path were eternal. The beauty sighed, and the hero was in his twilight years. The mortal world lasted for 10,000 years, and the immortal path couldn't be seen. Battle. Chapter 1797. Yi Fan roared crazily, hair disheveled, blood energy surging. Emperor fists rumbled, making the stars in the heavens tremble, changing their trajectories along with him, all of them resonating. He moved the sun, moon and stars, the 9 heavens 10 earths beneath his feet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't change anything. Those heroes had long passed away many years ago. Meanwhile, what was even more tragic was that the people at his side were also passing away one after another. He could only watch helplessly. Only after a long time had passed did he calm down. What was left in this life? There was only battle. A boundless long life battle diagram was laid out before him, needing him to use his entire life to battle. Xia Joyo's white clothes were like snow. Even though she was exceptionally beautiful, she was still extremely wooden. She had been searching for her master's whereabouts for so many years. Right now, she was completely dispirited, walking alone, extremely lonely, heading into the distance. Wait, let me think of a way. Perhaps I can make Senior Guy reappear in this world. Yi Fan called out from behind. When he saw the past genius young lady like this, it was hard for him to calm down. Is there a way? Xia Joyo turned around, her eyes carrying watery mist. Meanwhile, the strand of white hair within her fine black hair was especially striking. I am searching for all types of long life methods, just that they aren't all that mature yet. There is one method that I can give a try. Yi Fan said honestly. 6,000 years, most of his time spent comprehending the Tao. He walked quite far on this path, drawing on all of the Tao and paths the ancients could expound. What method? I wish to borrow the power of faith to make Senior reappear in this world. Yi Fan said. However, he sighed inwardly. He knew that the chances were extremely slim, almost impossible to succeed. Only, when he saw the genius young lady grow old, moreover in such a pitiful state, he hoped that he could find a type of spiritual sustenance for her. Of course, this wasn't to say that there was no chance of success. This was the Great Tao of Amitabha, something that Yi Fan had previously researched for 500 years, producing many problems. During this process, Yi Fan had previously sighed. That old monk had reached great heights in this Tao, surpassing all previous generations. The Sakyamuni could be considered a rebirth of a portion of his divine will. Can it really succeed? Xia Joyo's eyes were filled with tears. After all these years, she felt helpless and sad, but there was nothing she could do. Yes, but I need your help. Yi Fan gave her faith. Good. Xia Joyo's eyes flashed with an astonishing radiance. The group returned to the celestial court. After returning, Yi Fan personally built a temple and began to seal gods. This was a shocking move. In the name of the celestial the Arch, he established a grand temple in the cosmos. His voice rumbled, shaking the sea of stars and spreading to every region. That day, he was incomparably serious, personally presiding over the sealing of the 9 underworlds as a deity. The first wave of willpower that surged towards the divine temple was his celestial emperor will, making that place hazy with golden light, forging a precious body. The second wave of willpower was Xia Joyo's will that was filled with sorrow. Even though it couldn't compare to heavenly emperor will, it was still radiant and holy, pouring in. With a loud explosion, streaks of lightning struck down from the sky as if they were going to punish such a heaven-defying action. After all, this was a great emperor who was trying to become a god, and there was a high chance that he would succeed. Disperse! Yi Fan angrily rebuked. 2 streaks of blazing lightning erupted from his eyes, shattering the lightning tribulation and destroying the heavenly punishment. All of this was completed with a single thought. This kind of mighty power shocked the mortal world. The 9 underworlds' divine temple was grand and magnificent. It stood at the side of the celestial court. As soon as it appeared, auspicious light shone and multicolored colors filled the sky. The sickly elder's phantom appeared indistinctly. This truly shocked many people. The experts of the world were incomparably shaken. Everyone knew that Yi Fan definitely used a supreme technique to construct this divine temple and touched upon the forbidden domain. The monkey, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, the Black Emperor, and the others all came. They couldn't help but sigh and pay their respects because the sickly elder was worthy of all of them paying their respects. That day, many experts rushed over from all over the cosmos, all of them sighing in admiration. On the hazy divine position of the divine temple, there really was a figure sitting cross-legged. Yi Fan's method was too heaven-defying. The many experts of the celestial court paid their respects like this, causing the entire divine temple to shine with golden light, and all sorts of strange phenomena were triggered. Because they were all experts, their psyche power was naturally extremely powerful. Is it useful? The monkey asked in private. I don't know, maybe, replied Yi Fan. The inheritance of the flesh and blood was the continuation of life. The transmission of faith was also the immortality of the spirit. Yi Fan studied the Tao of faith and restored the various ancient techniques of Amitabha. The life imprints of the ancestors lived in the bodies of the descendants. And the faith of the experts who had been passed down by the people of the world lived in the hearts of the masses. As long as they were awakened, they might be able to return and create another Gai Joyo. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Fan tried this method. Xia Joyo was the great priest of this divine temple. From this day onwards, he began to preach to the world. He hoped that more people would remember his master's kindness and have their psyche power surge over. Of course, this required more concrete and practical actions. She began to do all kinds of good deeds every day. She used her great magic power to appear in the major star regions, in the mortal world, in the cultivation world, to help others. After that, every star that had a giant city of the celestial court built a grand divine temple. It developed everywhere because truly becoming a god required a huge amount of faith power. In the central divine temple built by Yi Fan himself, a drop of blood was sealed in a divine crystal. It contained a powerful wave of life and was placed in the hand of the hazy divine body. With Yi Fan's current strength, he could naturally use this blood to revive Gai Joyo's body. But that would only be the body. It wouldn't have a spiritual sense. Therefore, he didn't do it. Uncle, my father wants to invite you over. On this day, Ji Chengdao rushed over. Although he was no weaker than his father and stood in the quasi-emperor's domain, there were a few strands of white hair on his head. Yi Fan nodded. He took a step out, bringing him back to the ancient star where the Ji family was currently located. This left Ji Chengdao horrified. Was this the methods of a celestial emperor? He felt that he should be able to fight against supreme beings, but compared to Yi Fan, he was still far inferior. After many years, Jianghu's hair had already turned gray, gaining a type of dignity. He was truly like an unrivaled divine king, looking down on the world. Now, the Ji family was extremely glorious. The only flaw was that they lost Ji Ziyue. This made many people feel sentimental, missing her greatly. However, because of this, the Ji family's might shook the universe. It was because Ji Ziyue became an immortal. She was of the Ji family's bloodline, the descendant of the Void Emperor. As such, she left behind an endless legend. The void mirror is shining, sometimes bright red and resplendent, as if blood is surging. Jianghu took out that half-broken mirror. The mirror's surface was dim. Right now, there were no abnormalities, as if it was covered in a layer of rust. The ancient marks recorded the cruelty, glory, and achievements of the past. It had to be said that this was a legendary precious mirror that was dyed in the blood of too many supreme beings. It had a chance of becoming an immortal mirror, much more powerful than ordinary emperor weapons. It only lacked an opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't wait until the moment of transformation. Back then, Yi Fan had previously studied this mirror, even more so entering the flying immortal star because of it. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any abnormalities with this mirror. Later on, he returned this mirror to the Ji family. He didn't want to see this object and think of them, feeling emotional. This was the first time he held this mirror after becoming a celestial emperor. He immediately felt a wave of fluctuation, a type of life aura. The divine mirror didn't die, lamenting in loneliness. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't hear it. I will reforge you. Is there anything you want to tell me? Yi Fan said softly. He displayed matchless magical force, operating great divine abilities. This was the first time he explored the void mirror like this. Things were no longer the same as before. As a celestial emperor, he could do many things he couldn't do in the past. With a hong sound, Yi Fan opened up a hazy space in the void mirror. That was the location of the sealed void. In the past, no one could move it, unable to open it. Even the void mirror himself couldn't do anything, because it was half crippled. At this moment, the hazy void opened up, and a broken half of a bloody corpse fell out. This made Yi Fan's heart grieve greatly. Meanwhile, the usually dignified and steady Jianghu couldn't help but cry out, "Little ancestor!" What? He's little ancestor. Ji Chengdao also cried out. Everyone from the Ji family hurried over. They were all alarmed, and a huge commotion broke out. Jizi! Yi Fan trembled. He reached out his hands to carry this half of the corpse. His hands were full of blood, and the body was in tatters. There were injuries left behind by a supreme being everywhere. It really was Jizi. Yi Fan's heart was trembling. In the battle back then, he had watched helplessly as this broken half of the mirror left with this broken body. After that, he had searched for it for many years, but he couldn't find it. Today he finally saw it. Before the Void Emperor disappeared in the end, he apologetically left his child's body and sealed him in the broken mirror, leaving behind a ray of hope. Yi Fan deduced the truth. Ji was in the mirage where the deity born from the precious mirror should be sitting cross-legged. He was eternally sealed by a mysterious power, and this was also the reason why the broken mirror would occasionally emit multicolored light for so many years. It needed to circulate its essence to seal Ji. On the half of the corpse, the head was still there. Under the situation where Yi Fan concentrated supreme blood essence, a faint fluctuation was actually transmitted over. Ji! Yi Fan shouted loudly. He was so excited that he was trembling. Is little ancestor still alive? His sea of consciousness is already dead, but there seemed to be a bit of spiritual consciousness fluctuation just now. I must save him, said Yi Fan. He carried Ji, and like a sudden clap of thunder, he tore apart heaven and earth and directly returned to the celestial court. On this day, he was in seclusion, and no one was allowed to disturb him. He used supreme magic power to defy the heavens and seize Ji's life. Ji, you must come back to life. We three brothers still need to drink to our heart's content. How can we not have you? The monkey rushed over after hearing the news. Even someone as unyielding and domineering as him almost shed tears. He thought about the past when he fought with Yi Fan and GZ against the Heavenly Prince, Huang Shudao, and the 8 divine generals. Yi Fan came out of seclusion and carried GZ's broken body. He plucked the Qilin immortal herb and refined it into GZ's body without hesitation. He's Uncle GZ. He's so pitiful. Uncle Yi Fan, you must save him. The little sacred ape said with a childish voice. It was rare that it didn't jump up and down and cause havoc in the heavenly palace. In the end, Yi Fan built a majestic temple and placed GZ inside to seal him. Of course, it was different this time. He only sealed GZ halfway because he felt that GZ hadn't completely died yet. On this day, thunder rumbled in the celestial court. Auspicious light broke through the 33rd layer of heaven. Yi Fan used supreme magic power to construct the divine altar of creation, hoping to awaken GZ in the future and bring him back to life. Kacha! On the same day, on the ancient Amitabha planet, in front of a dilapidated temple covered in weeds, a stone Buddha cracked open. At the same time, a stone golden-winged rock appeared on the shoulder of the Buddha and began to shine. Then it turned golden. Chapter 1798. Yi Fan kept his promise. He recast the void mirror and repaired its body. Over the years, he killed Supremes, flattened the life-forbidden zone, and smashed many ancient emperor weapons. Although most of them had become scrap metal and lost their divine essence, there were still some celestial materials left. He spent several years reading the void scripture and studying the remaining formation patterns of the mirror as well as the gods who were still alive. Finally, he repaired it with celestial materials and made the void mirror reappear. He returned it to the Ji family. This matter shook the universe. Who would have thought that there was still a remnant body left behind from the chaotic battle of the dark side? It might be able to recover and come back to life. Then, Yi Fan ordered all the cultivators in the universe to search for the broken eternal universe furnace, hoping to save the other hero. This was the first time he issued the celestial Thearcha's oracle. This was because he had personally witnessed the eternal universe furnace shattering, accompanying the white-robed Jiang Taishu into the distance. It was also like a broken mirror that was buried in the void. When he saw that scene, he had some doubts. He felt that the 2 great emperors used the body of their descendants to fight. Maybe they would find a way to protect their descendants in the end. This time, seeing GZ's remnant body confirmed Yi Fan's conjecture. How could he not be excited? That was why he mobilized so many people and ordered the whole universe. Of course, this was not forced. He promised that if someone found a valuable clue, he would give them a complete Tao scripture. And if someone could really deliver the broken eternal universe furnace, Yi Fan promised that as long as he was alive, he would protect the prosperity of this clan. Celestial Thearcha's promise was so grand. Naturally, many people were tempted. The Jiang family heard the news and set out. There was hope for the divine king to come back to life. How could they not tremble? They searched everywhere in the universe. Jiang Yifei, Jiang Kaixian, and Jiang Tingting took the lead. They swept through the universe, wishing they could turn this world upside down and find the divine king's whereabouts. Not long after, someone came to the celestial court and brought back shocking news. They knew where the eternal universe furnace was. The Herculean Bull Demon clan was definitely a powerful clan in the universe. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, no one dared to look down on them. In the past, after an earth-shattering battle, a rain of blood wrapped in half a broken divine furnace fell on their ancient star. Even though the emperor weapon was destroyed, it wasn't something an ordinary star could stop. However, the ancient star the clan resided in was extremely mysterious. There was a heavenly cave, and those who went down had never come back alive. The eternal universe furnace fell inside. Then, all of the clan's experts acted together, covering and sealing the heavenly cavern. After so many years, when Yi Fan became the celestial emperor and issued such a powerful celestial emperor decree, they finally hesitated. In the end, after some discussion, their patriarchs personally went to the celestial court to inform them of this news. When the celestial the Arch set out, who could stop him? Yi Fan brought the old ox devil and descended on this ancient planet in an instant. Then, he arrived before Heavenly Cave with a single step. With a raise of his hand, he undid the seal. It was pitch black below, deep and immeasurable. So that's how it is. No wonder it can conceal one's aura. Yi Fan sighed. The universe was boundless and full of secrets as expected. This was an abandoned life-forbidden zone, and there were ancient emperor rank formation patterns inside. Moreover, there was more than one. He went deep inside and found the blood-stained broken furnace. He discovered that this should be a life-forbidden zone from the chaotic ancient era. Unfortunately, the supreme beings inside had already died of old age, transforming into the Tao. Apart from great emperors, anyone who came here would die without a doubt. They wouldn't be able to walk out of the 5 emperor rank formation patterns. Yi Fan nervously opened the Eternal Universe furnace. As expected, he found half a broken body inside. His hair was white like snow, and his appearance was young. It was precisely Divine King Jianghu who had lived a second life. Divine King. Yi Fan called out with a trembling voice. The Divine King had done him a great favor. Without the other party, he wouldn't be where he was today. The Divine King's song sighs at the world. Back then, he used divine blood to wash the Tao for him, protecting him as he grew up. Moreover, during the Jade Lake meeting, his zither music intimidated all races. But now, there was only a broken body covered in blood. It made people's hearts tremble. The Divine King in White's life was full of ups and downs. After being trapped for many years, he came back alive, but his beauty died in front of him. Thus, he left for the great wilderness and lived a second life alone. There was no happiness, only sorrow. He fought the ancient race, quelled the darkness, and ended up like this. Yi Fan carried his blood-stained broken body back to the celestial court. On this day, another temple was built beside the celestial court. It was grand and majestic. Yi Fan sealed another great void god. Divine King, come back. He called out, full of emotion. Since he started cultivating, Yi Fan's will was stronger than steel. But recently, he had been greatly touched. Gai Jiuyo, GZ, and the Divine King in White were the greatest pain in his heart. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The 3 majestic temples stood side by side, glowing day and night. The first thread of telekinesis was personally offered by Yi Fan. With the nourishment of the Celestial Emperor's light, the multicolored light broke through the sky. Yi Fan repaired the Eternal Universe furnace and handed it to Zhang Yifei personally. After that, he gave the scriptures to the Herculean Bull Demon tribe and promised to protect them to prosper. The condition was that the tribe did not commit any grave mistakes. Hundreds of years passed. Other than the 3 god-sealing altars, there was also a small temple and a shack beside it. The small temple was Hua Hua. All these years, Yi Fan had evolved the unparalleled power of the Buddhist faith. It greatly inspired him, so he worshipped himself on the altar to comprehend it. The Buddhist faith did not decline, and the faith was still flourishing. He was a top-notch figure among the Buddhists, and his name had already shaken the world. He could obtain a large amount of faith power. Other than him, the shack also flashed with splendor from time to time. There was an altar there, and the Black Emperor sat cross-legged on it. He looked dignified as well. The Black Emperor had really aged a lot. His satin-like fur had completely turned grayish-white. Most importantly, he was no longer as strong as a bull. His body had shrunk to the size of a normal dog. He also started to study this method of longevity. Unfortunately, he did not gain much. If the power of faith could be looted, he would have jumped up long ago to snatch it. Ayo! Suddenly on this day, Hua Hua cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from the space between his brows, and he fell down from the divine altar. His entire body shone with Buddhist light. This left the Black Emperor shocked, and it also left the Celestial Court's troops shaken. Hua Hua was now the quasi-emperor, and his strength was extremely great. How could this type of unforeseen event happen? Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others were all startled. They hurried over immediately. This was in front of the southern heavenly gate. So who would dare to plot against Hua Hua? Hua Hua seemed to have transformed into the Tao. His entire body was covered in light, illuminating all directions. He was incomparably divine. Only, blood continuously flowed out from the space between his brows. Yi Fan supported him up, and after a brief inspection, he understood everything. He then stood up and said, "You even dare to touch my disciple?" He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate, and with a slash of his right hand, the void was torn apart. He then forcefully grabbed out, and the entire ancient Amitabha star began to tremble, rumbling with noise. Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is angry. All the creatures on the ancient Amitabha star trembled, feeling the might of the great emperor. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't tremble and kneel down. However, this situation didn't continue for long. The Celestial Emperor's hand grabbed a stone Buddha and disappeared from this place. The great crack in the void closed. This left everyone horrified. This was the Celestial Emperor's methods. He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate, and there were countless galaxies between them, yet he was able to investigate this place with a single move. On the stone Buddha, a golden-winged great pang spread its wings and took to the sky. It struggled with all its might, but it couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm. It wasn't a material object and was forged from the power of faith. However, it was extremely powerful, able to look down on the heavens and attack unyieldingly. What is your relationship with the Amitabha Buddha? Yi Fan asked. I am the protector of the Buddha. I had once come into being and was the uncle of the Sakyamuni Buddha. It chanted Buddhist sounds, and it was extremely astonishing. Even ordinary quasi-emperor wouldn't be its opponent. Everyone was shocked, especially Pang Bo, whose brows stood on end. He was an earthling, so he naturally thought of the legendary golden-winged great Pang King. Why did you use a secret technique to injure my disciple? Yi Fan exuded power without being angry, causing this golden-winged great Pang to tremble. It no longer struggled and landed in his palm. I am searching for the future Buddha. Yi Fan glanced at Hua Hua and immediately understood. Back on Mount Meru, he had already guessed that Hua Hua might be the future Buddha from the Buddhist gate. I have found him. The golden-winged great Pang King looked at Yi Fan with a type of reverence. Celestial Emperor, please allow my Buddha to return. Yi Fan didn't say anything. After a moment, he woke Hua Hua up and let him choose. There was a Buddha's relic on Mount Meru, but that wasn't the ultimate divine object for his revival. There was another nirvanic Tao fruit that existed on the ancient Amitabha star. It had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for new life. It extracted the true consciousness of the past Buddha from the hearts of all living beings and gathered it bit by bit, condensing it into a stone Buddha. In the past, the nirvanic Tao fruit had been divided into three. The main consciousness entered Shakyamuni's sea of consciousness, and a part of the auxiliary consciousness entered the body of the western desert old monk. Later on, it crossed the shore with Yi Fan and entered Hua Hua's subconscious. The other part had always been in the stone Buddha on the ancient Amitabha star. I will always be me, not someone else. Hua Hua shouted after waking up. He chose the same path as Shakyamuni, not being Amitabha Buddha and only being himself. Alright, the path is under your own feet. This is your own choice. The golden-winged great Pang began to burn, turning into flames of faith that melted the stone Buddha. Specks of light flew up from the lava and entered Hua Hua's body. However, at this moment, Hua Hua's heart trembled again. The Buddha was merciful and didn't force him. He couldn't steal his heart and chose to fuse with it. Amitabha Buddha, only today do I know that I am me. When the rain of light disappeared, Hua Hua's precious appearance was solemn as he chanted the name of Buddha. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Amitabha Buddha had really revived? The methods of the Buddhist gate were just too terrifying. Master. Hua Hua bowed towards Yi Fan. Are you still Hua Hua? The Black Emperor asked. Amitabha Buddha has long passed away in meditation. Of course, I am Hua Hua. It's just that there are a few more scriptures and insights in my sea of consciousness. Hua Hua replied truthfully. He couldn't bear it and wanted to accept the remnant spiritual consciousness. In the end, he was the one who obtained it. Is good karma repaid? The Buddhist gate's karma is used on oneself. The Black Emperor muttered. Then, he unceremoniously slapped down with his claw, smashing into Hua Hua's bald head. Kang Chong sounds rang out and sparks flew in all directions. The golden-winged great Pang didn't disappear. It turned into a demon-subduing pestle. This was a weapon forged from the power of faith, and it landed in Hua Hua's hands. In the future, you and Qingyang will protect these three temples. Yi Fan said. There were no more suitable people than them. Hua Hua's gains on the path of faith should be great, and Heavenly Master Zhang Qingyang was also proficient in this Tao. Hua Hua immediately frowned. Time passed. This year, Yi Fan was 6,500 years old. During these years, his blood energy actually flourished even more and was always on the path of ascension. This was truly shocking. Boom! The sound of tribulation came from the celestial court with great momentum. Pang Bo revealed a joyful expression and said, Wen Chong has finally taken that step. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Zhang Wenchong was definitely a weirdo in the celestial court. With friends and relatives like Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the contrast was too great. His cultivation progress was extremely slow. For thousands of years, he was constantly surpassed by the younger generation after generation. However, he was always improving, advancing in an orderly manner, and finally, he slowly caught up. Every time, he would only break through when his lifespan was exhausted and enter a higher realm to extend his life. This always made people's hearts beat faster. This time it was like this again. He looked like he was about to die of old age. 6,500 years old, he finally broke through from the Saint King realm to a higher realm. Not to mention in the celestial court, even in the entire ancient times, there weren't many people who dared to do this. Other people did it when they were young and vigorous. Only he broke through when he was so old that all his teeth were about to fall out. This made people extremely worried, afraid that he would die prematurely. However, Yi Fan's evaluation of him was very high. He said that Zhang Wenchong didn't have a short life, and his lifespan wouldn't be shorter than a peerless expert's. Wenchong broke through again. According to tradition, he has to return to his homeland to take a look. Yi, are you still not going back? Pang Bo asked. I'm going back, Yi Fan said. Okay, this time we'll go back together. Pang Bo was excited.